me too. Got an agenda in front of you. I don't know that it's where things are timed out is exactly how
Yeah,
it's happening today, but I don't know that that's super important.
there's a lot on the agenda. Yeah, getting it right would be nice.
Yeah, we're listed as going first with Article 4. I'm fine starting there if that works. Do you guys have anything that we need to, anything on the agenda that we need to modify or add or clarify or anything like that? I mean, again, I'm not super concerned with the actual time things are happening, but is there anything that you see on here that we need to figure out?
Well, I already connected with Anna about moving Article 19 down after 3:30 p.m.
Okay,
And then Article 5 Please stand by.
Where am I?
I changed it.
Somebody said they lost sound. Mine won't work. Launch meeting. I did. I've done it like a dozen times. It doesn't like you. It doesn't. We have this problem all the time.
Okay, let me start the video. So is it not liking them linked together, maybe?
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Fingers crossed. Thank you. We're gonna try and relate them.
Okay. After our technology break there. I'll walk through it. You probably have read it by now, but let me walk through Article 4, our Article 4 response and kind of highlight for you. I feel like that the district team has made some fairly significant changes here, trying to come your direction. I think what you'll see is primarily we've adopted your methodology of separating it out and having what we'll call just statutory responsibilities or access to release and discretionary. For us, that was a fairly big move because our belief was that the prior language, the parties had bargained this 1,000 hours that was going to cover both, was going to cover everything. I think you made a good point last time when you said, well, what if we ran out of 1,000 hours and we still had some of these statutory things? How can we have a cap on that? So we kind of tried to take that to heart a little bit and say, okay, can we take a look at reorganizing this piece? So let me walk you through it. And obviously there are places we still have differences, but I believe our articles are closer together now. Great. Section A1 is the same in our two proposals. In fact, all of page 1 should be the same. Page 2 is where we get into that reorganization of release time. And I think some pieces of current language are struck and maybe show up in different places in our two proposals. So we'll try and kind of track this. If we look at section E release time, the E1, we have one change. It's your language that we've added a reasonable amount of release time. We believe that's consistent with House Bill 2016. It's undefined, so it is left somewhat unknown what a reasonable amount means, which is why we had bargained, I think, 1,000 hours in the past as our definition of a reasonable amount. But we're returning to the statutory language here. And then A through H are as you had drafted them. We find those consistent with the law and the prior contract language. No problem there. I think you had an interesting take in what was your E2 that, how do we define reasonable amount of time? And I think if I can paraphrase your language, it's like, if the district feels like it's gone beyond that, the district's going to come to the union and we're going to have a conversation about it. So we like that idea. We feel like the parties have worked pretty well together on these types of issues. We're comfortable with that moving forward. The only thing that we added was just to keep it on everyone's radar and to have a placeholder for regular check-ins. So union release time will be regularly reviewed during labor management, and that's where the district would bring it up if it had an issue. So just trying to have it have a designated spot. Great. For us, we still have not adopted, I think the biggest difference is probably your E3 and 4, which had the time spent on union release being considered hours of work for overtime, and then also some carve-outs where release time paid for by the district, like preparation for bargaining. I mean, I think that we recognize that when we're bargaining, there will be, it will be necessary for you guys to use release hours and so forth. we're trying to keep it as cost neutral as possible for the district. So, and those two pieces are not pieces that are required by the statute. And again, we're trying to mirror as closely as possible what the statute requires. Turning to the next page of ours, that language at in what would be number 5, that is consistent with yours. Union president and or designee shall be granted partial or full release time leaves up to a total of 8 hours per day. That is consistent. The other, I think, way that this is changing fairly significantly is, we would no longer have the 3 years cap for union president release. That's been an issue that we've gone over, quite a bit in the past. As I present this, it may be that we have some time-bound language that we don't need in the middle there, that recognizing this full-time position beginning 2022-23 probably is unnecessary, but we can correct that. Down at the bottom of that paragraph, a portion of that is consistent in our 2 proposals, that barring any unforeseen and unusual challenges for the district, the employees shall be returned to their original work sites. You had a different take on this. Your proposal was if somebody went more than 4 years or more, we wouldn't have to return them to their original work site. I think as we talked about it as a team, our bigger concern was that people would lose recency of skill and knowledge in fields like technology and so forth, that if somebody was gone 8 years, 9 years in the union release role, would they still have that recency of skill and knowledge? So our proposal is, if we do go beyond, if we do go 4 years or more, there has to be some demonstration that they can still perform that job that they're going back into, that they demonstrate job duties, qualifications, and job duties of the position prior to reinstatement, current qualifications and job duties. So again, I think we're comfortable with somebody being out longer than the current 3 years. We're trying to account for one of our bigger concerns, which is have their skills become outdated.
That totally makes sense. I think I have just some questions about what might that look like? The intention here completely makes sense, but what, are you imagining, you're not sure what it looks like, but some things might become outdated in the future, and we just want to make sure that someone can't return to the work site, obviously, if they're no longer meeting the qualifications because something has changed.
Yeah, I mean, the job description could have changed, or the job posting could have changed, and maybe it requires a certain certification now that it didn't before, or a certain type of training that it didn't require before. And so we would expect, just as any new applicant hired into that job, I mean, for us, we shouldn't have a downgrade in performance of the job just because it's somebody being returned to a job as opposed to a new person being hired. That is, we should be able to expect that a returning, union release person is meeting the same standards at least as if somebody was hired brand new into that job. So I think that's what we're trying to match those things up.
So if I imagine that there be, for instance, a new state requirement for special education assistants, for instance, would the district be working with that person to return them to the job site? So, hey, some reasonable steps to meet that qualification, get that certification, and then you're fine to return to the work site?
Yeah, I don't know if we want to build something in. It would be helpful if the district was getting some level of notice that a person's term was going to end and they weren't going to continue in that role. And so they were going to be seeking to go back into their position. And that at that point, the district could say, okay, that's great, but we noticed that X, Y, and Z have changed since you've been out. So we need to figure out if you're going to be able to meet those requirements as you come back in. Okay. So, I envision kind of responsibilities on both sides, some
Sure.
level of notice, and then the district identifying what its concerns are, and now how do we bridge that gap if it can be bridged?
So you're imagining this requirement is an interactive process. This is not just like, well, you don't meet the requirements anymore. Sorry, we're not returning to the job site.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. That's very helpful.
So, I mean, if we need to build in some language that, I don't want to get too specific, but if we want to build something in there that contemplates that, I think that is what we're envisioning.
Yeah, we'll discuss that. I appreciate that, and hearing the intention around that, and that being an interactive process is certainly helpful.
Cool, okay. As we move into the next section, you'll see that we are proposing a fairly significantly lower number of discretionary hours. And again, for us, that's because we used to have 1,000 hours that were covering everything. Now we have unknown number of hours covering all those statutory duties on the preceding page. We don't know what that obligation is going to be.
Right.
I think I talked last time, and I think Kara asked the question, like, well, which one of these am I kind of worried might expand a little bit? And it was A, investigate, process grievances and workplace complaints. And so we don't know what that obligation is going to be. So we've lifted a cap off of this. So we are looking for a lower cap on what we'll call the discretionary items. And it would have to be things that didn't fall under A through H.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's worth noting that we also don't.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
A and B are the same. It's just current language. Then you pick up a bunch of strikeouts in ours that you also struck. That was just all the old language under release time. Onto the next page, you had proposed to strike all that as well. We both struck use of district facilities only because it's moving up to the beginning of the article. We get into staff announcements. In your last proposal, you had talked about the right to make announcements. I think we've gone a number of different variations of this, and you were being responsive to some of our concerns about what are, I think, maybe presentations or something, and we had a concern, so you left it at announcements. We thought, we heard, and so correct us if we're wrong, that for us and any district-sponsored gathering where all staff are invited felt too ambiguous. We, in your presentation, we thought what we heard was the all-staff kickoff was of primary interest to you, so we've tried to be real specific there and provide essentially what is provided for HEA, which is having an opportunity to introduce the union, I guess I could say officers or something of that nature during the all staff kickoff. So again, the reference to any district sponsored gathering where all staff are invited, we didn't know what that might entail besides the all staff kickoff. So we feel more comfortable being specific there.
Yeah.
Down in information, that's language we had previously accepted in H1. We had both agreed to make that change in H2B. No differences there. Nothing on the next page. You get all the way to new employee orientation. You had proposed language that my understanding is kind of memorialized agreements that had been come to between HR and union officers for this year for new employee orientation. We had previously just been proposing the same structure and adding in accordance with law. For us, I mean, I don't know that, I think we believe it could look different from one year to the next. We like the idea of having mutually agreed upon process for coordinating these new employee orientations. Our proposal is to leave it more general. At the beginning of each contract year, the district and the union will mutually agree upon the process and coordination for union new employee orientation. So it does take mutuality. The district can't impose something on, but it does leave room depending on how many new folks are being hired, you know, and what other factors we have going on. It does leave room to have some variation. Yours was very specific, again, I think based upon what you were doing this year. So that's our response there. We've left the current language only because it provides some, from our perspective, some guideposts that seem helpful. It just mirrors the law.
Yeah. Understood.
And I think that's it, but yeah, happy to answer other questions.
I will open it up to questions from our team if there are those. I want to acknowledge the work that you've done here. This is good bargaining, good collaborative work. Certainly need to acknowledge that, as you said, you've done some great work to move towards us here. We'll take this into caucus. I think the biggest piece for us to discuss is going to be some of this new employee orientation, but we certainly appreciate the the collaborative and mutual process that you're looking to put in here. Ours was a framework that was fairly specific. We didn't know either if some of those specifics were gonna work out year to year, so, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks.
I do have a question
Yeah.
about item number F sub A. The title of the meeting, all staff kickoff. My concern is just if it's, the name is changed to
Yeah.
like initial everybody meeting or something, we would still have the right, right? I mean,
Well,
it's not tied to the.
We didn't
name.
capitalize it. We didn't capitalize it. So for me, that means it's not a specific title. So if we called it like all staff gathering, we
Yeah.
would say like, no. But we can change that as a descriptor. I mean, it could say like the beginning of the year, all staff orientation, or it's not really an orientation gathering. I don't know if there's a better word for it. I don't know. We would look at any friendly amendments to that.
Oh, I think it's good that we discussed it. It's on the record.
Yeah.
That you're not intending to just change the name and.
No. No, now you're thinking like an attorney though, so I like that. We should have capitalized that.
I noticed that you didn't, and I just wanted to
Yeah.
get on the record. Lack of capitalization.
Like the capitalization.
That's a good question, Tiffany, thank you.
No, but we think that's a good way to go about business. You know, HEA is gonna introduce here our officers. You guys introduce here our officers. Here's who we are, you know, that's healthy for the organization. So.
Good question.
Thank you for your movement.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I feel like we are getting closer on this article. I think it has been one that we've had good conversation on, so I appreciate that.
Yes, sure. So we're going to, we're gonna open with Article 12 today on insurance. We're gonna pass that around. We are, I would say, close on this one. There are some changes that we are looking to make here. That we hope are small and some of them just clarifying. But there are some increases that we're proposing. I'll wait for it to get all the way around. Yeah.
All right, looks like it made it all the way around.
So in A, we're accepting the increase.
Wait, hold on. I
Yep,
want to
oh,
make sure
that's
you
right.
and I can.
We've gotta present
I
to our
did
friend that,
put it in our.
Yeah.
In the folder, like the area, so let me know.
working its way through the tubes.
It's good. All right. Okay.
Awesome. So in A, we're accepting your proposal on the increases. Thank you for that. I'll go all the way down to in I, we're striking the last sentence of I. We're not really, we don't think that this is necessary language. From conversations we've had, and benefits, it doesn't seem like there's a real reason for this. Let us know if that's not the case. In J, we're just making a change of the word the to that. In L, this is where, the real substance of our proposal comes in. We are looking to, strike some language that had kind of different tiers, and simplify this, with a proposed increase in the amount that the district will put in the insurance pool, when, our members opt out of district coverage, and that increase goes to $500, for everyone. Instead of these tiers that had previously been in the contract where it would go from 100 up to 250. We would like to strengthen that pool. In N, we are proposing a small increase to the amount of money that our members receive when they opt out. It's essentially a $50 increase there, and instead of all of these words that can be difficult to navigate and take too long to read, we're essentially proposing a grid, so it's easier to understand for everyone. That is really it. Happy to take your questions.
I don't know that I have any questions. Maybe this is more of a Michelle question. In that section that we were just on, or L and N, we say to opt out or waive insurance coverage. Are those two different things?
They actually,
Okay, what's the difference?
I believe the waive is if they have access to like Oregon Health Plan or some other types of coverage back here. And that's an OEBB requirement. That's not imposed by the district.
How is opting out different?
Opting out is if they can prove that they have other private coverage.
It feels like a distinction without a difference, but
I think the opt-out's the only one that you qualify for the pool money, the waive wouldn't. Right, also. If I can clarify, so if somebody has Oregon Health Plan, then that's a waiver, and then OEBB doesn't allow us to put that in the pool because it goes somewhere else? That would,
No, I need to
I
look
can look
into
at
it. I don't believe that that we can pay, that the opt-out stipend can be paid to someone on a public plan. That's
Right,
my
okay.
understanding, but the contribution to the pool, I think, is more discretionary.
Okay, that makes sense. We certainly, we're not intending to propose something that is legally not permitted.
yes.
To be clear.
no, that's, yeah, I was just curious because it looks like the current contribution to the pool, so in current L6, the district will contribute to the insurance pool for employees that waive medical insurance in the same way that it does for people who opt out. But then in N, they only receive a cash payout if they opt out as opposed to waive. So I'm just curious what the difference between those two is. I don't know, but it looked like your proposal was just cleaning it up by
Yeah, I
saying
think-
opt out or waive instead of having two different.
I think that's right in L2, just make this simpler, and we can strike then L6.
Yeah.
And then based on what Michelle just said, I think that in N, this was essentially not a change because it was talking about opt-out only.
No
And
reference
that
to
might
waive.
be because of the legal.
Yeah.
The legal inability for the district to pay a member when they opt out because of, or when they waive rather, because of OHP. Yeah,
Thanks. Maybe we'll look into that a little bit more.
yeah.
Okay. Have any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Vacation?
Great.
Moving on to 14.
14, we'll take a vacation.
Yes.
I mean, we're gonna talk.
That make it sway all the way around?
Yeah, looks like it.
All right. So for vacation, I just wanted to start by saying, Michelle, we heard some of your feedback from our last proposal, and it was not our intention with our last proposal to create fund. So, what you're gonna see with this proposal is a restructuring. We do want to keep with our vacation article, a proposal that puts us in a more competitive place in terms of the time that we're offering to our employees. It has always been our intention with our vacation to give our employees time away from work to rest and recharge as well as their families. It has always been our intention with this article that the district prioritize that time. It has been initially tasked for our employees to put in that time and make sure that it gets done. And that has been in past bargaining and in this bargaining session. Get their time in, that they get it approved and that they get more of that time. That time is competitive with other districts and also competitive or in line with what our super tech districts. And so our proposal here would kind of come, we also heard that if our proposal was maybe expanded a little bit differently, that maybe you would look at it a little bit differently. So we've tried to come re-propose this a little bit. So you see here, we put these in bands. So at less than 3 years, we're proposing 10 days of vacation, but the accrual here is a little bit more rapid. So we do feel that like staying in the district for 5 years before you accrue even one more vacation day is unreasonable. So at 3 to 5 years, we have staff gaining 5 additional vacation days at 3 years. And then at 5 years, they would have 20 days, and then at 8 or more years, they would have 22 days. So accruing vacation more rapidly, but overall, the number of vacation days that we would be adding is currently staff at 15 years. So that is an A, those are the changes in A. Down to B, we just have one wording change, which is currently it says an employee who is scheduled to work less than 12 months per year and transfers to a 12-month position. We just have a wording change to transitions because transfer means something very specific in our contract and it doesn't really capture what happens when an employee moves to a 12-month position. In C, we have removed the language from our previous proposal, which is the language that Michelle, you pointed out, opens up the possibility for like a bonus paid from vacation, and we've moved that language, our attempts to clarify language down to G. So I'll get to that. It looks like in D, we're in agreement. Yeah. And then in F, we have vacation request shall be submitted through the employee absence system and reviewed by the employee's immediate supervisor. The district shall not impose dates that prohibit vacation requests. That's in line with our previous conversation about gray out vacation days, which I think we discussed that greatly last time, so I won't get into that too much. So down in G, and I think this kind of captures what we were really trying to get at, both in clarifying language and really what the issue is with vacation. If an employee's vacation request is denied by the district and cannot be rescheduled by the employee in district by the subsequent June 30th, the denied vacation hours shall be returned to the employee's vacation bank up to the maximum accrual, and any denied vacation hours in excess of the maximum accrual shall be paid out in the employee's July payroll. So the intent is still for employees to take and use their vacation and for the district to approve the vacation when it is submitted. The issue with the way that it was put previously with the 1, 2, and 3 is it kind of makes it look like employees have these different options, which is not always the case. They can't like, oh, I'll do a little bit of A, B, and C. Really, they should be using their hours. If their hours are denied, if their vacation hours are denied, then they should be receiving them back or having them be paid out. There's not like a bunch of different options that they can cobble together at their own will or discretion. So we want to make it very clear to them what the process would be should they submit vacation that gets denied and can't be rescheduled. And hopefully this is a little bit clearer process than what we had out there before. And then in H, we just have a wording change for immediate supervisor. We've been kind of making that change throughout the contract as we've been going through. And then eligible, I can't remember if we had a conversation about this before in our last time we
did talk about
did
it.
we?
I think we
Okay.
did. I'm like, it's been a while.
Yeah, if we did, maybe you can remind us. We were confused about what eligible meant. So you can remind us what eligible meant and why this is here.
Yeah, if that's a necessary word.
Yeah, if that's a
we're Willing to
necessary
hear it. but-
Yeah, we're a little bit concerned about what this means and how it might be used for an employee. If they were trying to access the language in H and they were told that they were potentially ineligible.
Yeah, we're not sure what
Yeah, I
that,
don't
what
know.
It's
that
connected-
eligibility is.
It's connected to D, so when somebody starts in a 12-month position, if they're a brand new hire, they technically begin accruing vacation at that point of hire, but they're not eligible to use it till they clear the 3 months.
Okay,
So that's where the eligible.
maybe there's a better way we can phrase that in H. So
It's
that
not
it's
about
clear.
Yeah, it's not about their standing.
Gotcha. That's helpful, thank you.
Thank you.
What is, in your minds, what is E even referring to or doing? I don't understand I mean, it's current language, so I'm not critiquing your proposal, but
Sure.
one such vacation day, like, is that a different type of vacation day? Or I don't understand E. And I don't understand its placement.
E or H?
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you're talking about,
I'm
yeah,
sorry, H.
H.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said E. H. I don't
Why
understand.
we have H?
Yeah,
So because our vacation requests have to be pre-approved,
right.
and so H gives us the ability to use a vacation day without approval.
One.
One vacation day. I woke up this morning and I'm going to the beach.
It almost feels like, somehow it should be incorporated up with F. I mean, F says all of your vacation requests have to be approved by your immediate supervisor. But this is a qualifier or an exception to F, right?
Yeah, this is kind of used, more like what a personal day would
Yeah.
be. And there is a number of things that kind of fall into the need for this.
I'm not questioning it.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
thinking about its placement within this structure, that it almost feels like, I don't know, maybe we'll counter propose
Yeah.
moving that back up in conjunction with F. I don't know.
We'd welcome an organizational
Okay.
proposal.
Yeah,
We like things that are organized.
yeah, we're happy to have that discussion if you think there's
Okay.
something there that needs addressing.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the proposal. Okay, I don't have other questions. Do you? Okay, great, thank you.
Great, so far we're ahead of schedule by 19 minutes.
Nice.
Really good.
We have 15. And then
Yeah, you're moving.
we need to.
Okay,
that was very clean.
That was very.
I'm sorry.
It's.
Wait. And I don't even know that that was on there better. I think my best.
To your defense, you don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't have.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey. I didn't put that in. No. Okay. All right. I left my coffee in the car this morning. I'm just gonna be real, so.
Really,
Bill?
really, derailed a whole lot of
You're
stuff.
scrambling.
We're gonna have a very
Yeah.
serious conversation
Yeah.
later about it.
We do have coffee.
We have coffee over, I know, but then I was like. Couldn't think straight because I hadn't drank my morning. All right. Stand by. Okay, now it's there. You have it? Yep. Wait. Thank you, Pam. All right, so Article 16, reclass. Not a lot of huge changes here, hopefully. Just some wording, grammatical changes. The first change here in the second paragraph, we have a strikeout of some wording that was time bound that is no longer relevant.
Did that happen?
Yes,
Oh, good. I always like it when things we promise we're gonna do actually happen.
nailed it. And then the second, immediately after that, we have just a couple wording changes just to like, I think, clean up the sentence. They make more sense. I mean, yes, okay. Yeah. And then down later in this paragraph here, this is a little bit bigger change. We were hoping for a little bit more transparency on the voting results for the reclass. Our concern is that when we do loop in a little bit more on the process, because I haven't been part of these reclass committees, but it sounds like there's a vote cast, and then we don't know what the actual results of the votes are. We just know whether it moves forward. So the union would like just to know what the vote tally actually is. So the voting results would be shared with all committee members. A majority vote of the committee should be required in order to change a classification. So that's just the adding of the word vote. I think that was left out, so grammatically this doesn't work well. And then in the event of a tie vote at any step of the process, the requested change in classification shall proceed to the next step. So currently, I think the process, if there's a tie, it does not move forward, and we're suggesting that if there's a tie, it should.
And we're eliminating one step, so they're only gonna be one step. It used to be two steps. So we made it. So does that mean that if it is one step, and if it's a tie, and we're moving into the reclassification. That makes sense.
I think we wrote this before we did that work
Okay.
as a committee. That's something for us to consider.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question as well, as like, what is the next step? Because the next thing that happens assumes that there's been a judgment that the change in class is justified. So yeah, that would be my question. On the voting results will be shared with all committee members. You're just looking for like the vote was, I don't know how many people are on this. The vote was 6-4, or the vote was, you're not looking for like Nathaniel voted yes, Anna voted no, or is that what you're looking for?
That's a good question. I don't know that we know the answer to that.
Okay.
question.
Here it's just a telling, so.
Yeah.
We could discuss.
I mean,
Right.
Fair.
Yeah, no, you're asking a good question.
I'm, or at least that should be kept confidential. I mean, you guys are in a tricky position. You're handling your own members'
Yeah.
request for reclass, and I wouldn't want it to get out there, well, Bethany voted no on this, but so-and-so voted yes, and you know what I mean?
I don't think we have an interest in the individuals and how they vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
But knowing that something was close or it was a slam dunk
Got it.
is something I think
okay,
we would like to know.
thanks.
And is that something you would like to know in discussion? Or it's something you would like me to share in email?
No, I think that it, either, honestly, so as we go
Be
through the
part of it?
process,
Okay.
it's like, hey, we're gonna do a vote. What we've seen before is like, well, it's moving forward, but we don't know. Was it a 2-4?
Mhm.
Right.
Okay,
5-1?
okay, so you guys did the September 1, 2022 work, and part of that was to eliminate it.
No, I wasn't part of that
Okay,
22. But we've met since to kind of streamline it.
well, maybe it'll be helpful for us to look at that when we're bringing this back.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I need to print 5
Okay,
and share some things,
okay,
proactively. And then we could come back maybe in 15 minutes and we'll have 4.
great. Okay, sounds good.
Before we break, I just want to point out on our Zoom, we have just a huge turnout
Wow.
today, so thank you to our members.
Definitely.
So engaged and stay tuned for.
We'll be back in 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or go somewhere, but come back in 15 minutes. You're welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome break. Hey, everybody. All right, Article 5. Let's go.
This is an initial present proposal, is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
All right, so Article 5, employee rights and responsibilities. I'm going to start with A1. Have just a friendly amendment in A1. A1 talks about policy GBNA and then how employees would report issues of hazing, harassment, bullying, intimidation, menacing, or cyberbullying. They don't actually, the reporting procedure is not actually in policy GBNA, it's in GBNAAR. And so that's the friendly amendment there, is that's where they would actually find that procedure. And then down in 3, this is some language that actually is just from GBNA-AR, I believe. We just pulled it out there directly, and it just for our members who, it is tough to navigate all of the policies on the district website, so we want to have it clear for them that they also have the right to file direct complaints of discriminatory harassment to these other agencies, which is their right. So in B1 again, adding immediate supervisors instead of site supervisors, which is throughout our contract, we're making that change. And then we have an addition here, which is a straight through of student medical alerts. And then some cleanup to make some of this a little bit easier to read. And then in D, we have an addition. We had some conversation on our team about safety, which is a huge concern for our staff. One of their primary concerns in this bargaining session was surrounding safety, and we'll talk about that a little bit later today. But one of the concerns that they mentioned was just being knowledgeable about safety threats that occur within their work sites. We understand that it's not always reasonable for staff to be knowledgeable. Sometimes that can cause more of a panic and be more of a problem. But when it is appropriate, when there is knowledge that can be shared with staff, that it should be, and that immediate supervisors can work with our public safety office to share information as it is appropriate, that staff often feel like they're the last to know about things, that they're hearing about it through social media or from students rather than from their employer in a timely manner. So we've added D here, which is in consultation with public safety personnel. Well, let me read B1 and then D. So administrators and immediate supervisors shall have the responsibility to determine which employees, if any, should be provided with access to information, including the following: in consultation with public safety personnel, specific threats of violence against a work site, a particular space at a work site, or a school bus. And then we've also added B2. This is all new language. So B2 is administrators and immediate supervisors shall provide employees with the following information as soon as it is available. And this is in accordance with Oregon law, all employees working directly with students shall have access to relevant information from their BSPs, IEPs, and 504 plans, as well as pertinent information from any health management protocol. We've had this conversation before in other articles. So this shouldn't be new. And then 2B, threats of violence against a specific employee, whether verbal or written. And I think we had some conversation about the distinction between like a threat against a school building versus a threat against an individual, and how if there's a threat against an individual, that person has the right to know about that. So yeah, and then at the end of B again, immediate supervisor. D under workplace injuries. We had some confusion about this language here. The original language, I'll just read it. We weren't quite sure what it meant. It says the district will make information regarding the filing of workplace illness or injury available to bargaining unit members and shall be available to answer member questions on request. So it just was vague. So we are proposing a friendly amendment to the district will provide information to bargaining unit members regarding the process of reporting workplace illness or injury and shall be available to answer member questions on request. We think that's what the original language intended to mean. No changes to E, and then in F, we have added some new language surrounding access to technology. This is another priority for our staff. We know that many of our staff who work directly with students are supporting them in digital curriculum, and yet they don't have access to technology themselves. So obviously that poses an issue for them. So our language here is that, well, let me back up a little bit. Not only do staff not have access to technology of their own, but they often don't have access, they don't have time in their day to access shared tech resources. So a school building might have like a shared device that every classified member in the school can use the shared computer, but there's no time during their day when they can access that shared computer. So if we're all communicating via email, and the intention is that you're going to read, you know, Monday notes, or you're going to read the updates from your administrator at X time, but you're an SEA and all of your time in that day is student contact time. There's literally no time for you to access that. So when does that happen? Is it supposed to happen on your break? Is it supposed to happen after the end of your day? And that's the issue that our staff are running into, that they really can't access these resources that they're supposed to be able to access for their job. So the beginning of our proposal is that the district will provide technology to employees to fulfill their job duties and at least 15 minutes of dedicated paid contract time each workday, not to include rest and meal breaks, to check email or other digital resources. Technology provided may include, but is not limited to, and here we've broken it out by job category. So for educational assistants, special education assistants, and media assistants, a fully operational Chromebook or laptop not more than 4 years old. Again, these are staff who are working directly with students whose curriculum is primarily digital curriculum. And again, these staff don't have access to that digital curriculum themselves. 2, for campus security, a fully operational tablet or mobile device or cell phone stipend. These are staff who are highly mobile at their sites and need to check student information, and they don't have a way to check that when they're walking around their building. I don't know if anybody else on the team wanted to speak to that at all. Yeah.
I can, yeah, campus security, they're not stuck at a computer watching the campus or anything. They're out in these buildings, and some of these buildings, Blue High schools. And even look up us to see where they're supposed to be at. Some people still use footnotes. And look up for this, or contact somebody, you know. Or the student is missing. And send this to maybe, you know, and campus monitor, something like that. And they're walking, I mean, it came to Mount here 10 years ago. I average about 12 miles a day. That's
Yeah, not to mention that in in a situation where there is a safety risk, the time it takes to go back to the office, look up the information is time. So, they really need mobile device to access the information. And then 3, at every worksite, a shared computer dedicated for classified staff use that is fully operational and has printing access. We do know that, many of our classified staff who have been provided a device by their schools, which is amazing, don't have access to print with their device. So if they do need to print a resource for, a reading group that they're leading, they wouldn't have access to do that. They need to connect with a licensed staff member to be able to do that.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions going back to section P. Your strike of student medical alerts, is that just in conjunction with your addition of the reference to health management protocol down in 2A?
Exactly, because that was put under the category of immediate supervisors can determine, and now per the law, anyone who's working with students needs to have access to that. So, yeah.
Yeah, so student medical alerts would show up in a health management protocol. On the backside there on that top, the district will provide information to bargaining unit members regarding reporting workplace. So is having it on the website considered to be providing information to unit members? Or do you envision the district sending out an email to everybody or something in writing? Like when you think about providing information, what were you guys thinking?
That's a good question. I think certainly if you were to have the information on a website and send out an email that points out that it's on the website, that would absolutely fulfill this language.
Okay. Down in F. In F1, what's your thinking there? Is it access to the Chromebook laptop, or does every employee get checked out specifically like a laptop? I mean, because in theory, at least, nobody should be taking those home because they shouldn't be working at home anyways, right? So I'm just wondering, like, is it, I have that available to me at school, or is this Brian's laptop or Chromebook that I take with me everywhere? And I don't know how it works right now. So that'll be a question I ask for my team too, but I just wondering what your thinking is on that. Is it access to, or I'm actually getting like a dedicated laptop?
I think it could look a little bit different depending on the different job classifications.
Okay.
And we'd be open to some discussion on that. But I think in this day and age, I think staff deserve a personal device when they're at work. I don't think anybody in this room could do their job without a dedicated device in 2020. I mean, think about how reliant we are on technology in this room to get this work done. And think about how reliant our students are on their technology for learning. And our staff, who are educational and special education assistants, are supposed to be supporting the students in their educational journey. And they're not even familiar with the digital curriculum because they have no access to it. So
we've spoken a number of times at this table about things where an email is sufficient. And certainly even just in this article, when we're talking about D, the district providing information about the process for reporting workplace illness and injury. Certainly if you were to send an email about that, we would want to say that that would fulfill that. But if we have members who aren't provided the information because they had no way of checking an email, that's an issue for us. And that's just one of many, many examples.
I will say I speak to staff almost every day on the help desk, classified staff, who tell me that they're accessing their district email on their cell phone, which for our contract should not be the case, but that's the only way that they can access it. When I asked them, like, when are you doing that? Well, on my break, because that's the only time and the only technology through which they can access. And oftentimes, because that's their personal device, we have pretty rigorous security methods in place, which is important because we guard our student data carefully to exclude devices that are, you know, out of date. So I regularly have conversations with people where they're like, I can't log into my district email, and I'm sorry, it's because your personal computer or your personal phone is too old to access our network resources. And they're like, well, what am I supposed to do? I'm sorry, the only solution for you is to access it from a district device. Well, I don't have a district device. I'm sorry. I don't have a solution for you. You need to go and speak with your administrator at your building about how you can access this resource. So we're putting our classified staff in a position where they have no options. If management is not giving them a tool to access resources and their only resource is their personal device and their personal device can't access the resource, what option do they have? If we're using email as our communication tool, we have to give our staff access to the email at work, like the work device.
Speak to that too, that I was approached by an administrator, knowing that I'm on the bargaining team, asking for us to advocate for time for staff to dedicated time for staff to check emails, because admins send out important information all the time via email. And many of our classified staff just don't have time in their workday to check it. And I think as admin, you want to know that your staff is seeing that information and showing up to the meetings or whatever you're sending out. And oftentimes they just didn't see it because they don't check email, or as Kara was saying, can't access it on their personal devices. And then just a funny anecdote, we hired somebody in one of my buildings as an FDA, and they get kind of the older Chromebooks, they're not touchscreen. And he went home and told his student, who is a student at another HSD building, and the student just kind of laughed at him like, oh, you got the really old ones. Like, you can't even do what we can do on ours. And, he just came in kind of laughing about it, but it's sort of a sad commentary when our staff don't even have the same access as the students that they're teaching.
I can speak to F1 because I filled all three of those roles as an educational assistant in ELT. We had students, I am conversational in Spanish. I'm able to communicate with those who speak Spanish, but with the Vietnamese students, I'd have to find a way to borrow a device for translation with those that just barely arrived that had very little English ability. And then I was leading small math groups, small literacy groups. And to understand the bridges activity, I might need to refresh because I learned math a different way. So if I couldn't quickly learn that right before I'd have to work with a group of 16 students that was working on those skills, it was kind of difficult to just, not have that available if they had questions I couldn't answer in that small group setting. And then as a special ed assistant, sometimes you're sitting right next to a student who's supposed to be on a page, and if you're just hovering right by someone who wants personal space, then you just have to hope that they're navigating it correctly. If you're in one of your safety stances or kind of trying not to be too close, but being able to keep up with what the class is doing in individual work really makes a difference for SPED assistants. And I know at the high school level, it's going to be the same thing. If the language arts teacher says, all right, go into the Google Classroom, and you don't want to be, like getting your readers and trying to like go in and elbow the person who's doing the work, but you do want to be able to follow what the teacher is following through with on that. And then for library media assistants, we manage a lot of textbooks. We manage tons of inventories throughout the year. And a lot of our devices don't hold a charge, or they are the ones that aren't touchscreen, that aren't helpful for helping students find the books that they need. So for all three of those categories, access to a reliable updatable laptop would make a big difference in supporting our student body, because that's what we're there to do, and it's hard to say that, well, I don't know. You know, if you want to be keeping up as best you can with those.
And if I can add to that, as an SEA, if I go into a classroom with a student like science or history, I like to look ahead at Google Classroom, so I know what's going to be taught that day, so that I can be more effective in helping that student instead of having it in the moment, in the time, and I'm trying to look over, I'm trying to do it. Sometimes I'm helping 3 or 4 students, and I need to know, for me, I need to know ahead of time, and I can't take someone else's Chromebook, but if I have my own, I can get from the morning, I can look with classrooms, I can look at that information and be prepared to help those students well.
Thanks.
I'd like to address also F3, transportation, classified are deliberately not included in that because we have a bank of computers at our terminals. However, we often have layovers at schools where we want to do work like safe schools training or check our email or do stuff that we are required to do as part of our job, do write-ups on the buses. We can't really do that without access to a computer. Some people try to do it on their phones, but there are security issues that we don't think it's a good idea to be accessing stuff that relates to student information on our personal phones. But we would not like to waste the time that we do layovers at school. So if there was a dedicated classified computer at a work, like I have, for example, a half-hour layover in the morning because of the way my route works at Broner, I could go to that dedicated computer, do some of this work that right now I'm having to do when I get back to the terminal because I don't have access to do it when I'm on the layover. So it would make things more efficient for us if I could write my bus up, like the taillight went out. I could write my bus up from that computer rather than having to wait to get back to the terminal to do it there. So just to be clear, like some of these folks do need their own dedicated device that they can follow along because they're working directly with students on digital resources for learning environments, but some of the rest are classified like custodians, bus drivers, probably kitchen, would just like access to a computer that's this is for classified to access digital resources that's not their phone.
And I believe Tiffany also mentioned that printing access is important too for transportation, for maps. Like if you're going to a place you haven't been before, if the office doors are closed, then you can get to the computer, but you couldn't print anything at that time. And if you wanted to print out your route, that would be important for those that work in transportation.
I also want to bring up, these are great, everybody being for student support, better be able to support our student, but I'm also, as an admin for one, safety. Sometimes it's hard when a parent turns in, hey, my student was just diagnosed with epilepsy. So I need to be able to tell staff, hey, this is going on, or come and see us for more new information on student versus placing all this personal information in staff's box. It's always great to have a one-on-one, or there's a restraining order, Jimmy's dad should not be here anymore. So it's always important also that we can communicate for student safety.
Great, thanks. I appreciate those examples. It's helpful.
I have one more follow-up I'd like to add regarding campus monitors. I've heard a lot. I've been for schools since last week talking on the campus monitors. And one of their main concerns of using their personal device is that anything ever happens and they have to video or take pictures using their personal device. Well, now their personal device has just been being part of an investigative process, and their phone could be given a search warrant and everything to go through. So they don't think that they can jeopardy. So that's one of their issues that they have.
Thanks. Questions, Martine? I had a couple more questions. You kind of answered them as you were giving examples, so. I think that's all I have.
I would do well to point out that the language here in F, is the district will provide technology and time. And the technology provided is a may. We really want to work with you to make sure that, as you've heard, all of our members are put in a position to succeed. We think that's a shared interest.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. Okay, great, thank you. Are we at a caucus time?
Do you need a caucus?
We do in order to present 15.
Well, we have 3 more.
Oh, if
But
you're,
we could also caucus if you like a caucus.
no, if you're ready to present them, that's great. I just was looking at our agenda and just trying to follow along with it, but, yeah, if you guys are ready, we are not ready with 15 yet, but will be after a caucus.
Okay.
You have stuff to present. Let's do it.
What was that? You're doing 23? 23, oh, sorry. I did give my coffee, but it's not.
Is it already cold now or?
It's insulated,
Oh,
so
it's good
it's
now.
not fully cold, but it's not fully.
All right, you're in that in between.
Yeah. It's not the experience I was hoping.
If you were my mom, you would wait till tomorrow and then heat it up in the microwave and
no.
then still drink it.
I'm not.
My mom as well.
Like you can get some coffee.
Yeah.
You don't need to drink that.
You know, you guys.
All right.
If I keep even hearing about that, if I'm not. All right, did that make its way around?
Yes.
Okay, so discipline. In A. I believe this is just like a friendly amendment wording change. Refresh my
Yeah.
memory here, yes.
Yeah, the existing language is kind of confusing. We understand that probationary employees are not subject to just cause through the contract. And that's made clear.
Yeah, what article is that? We worked on that article, didn't we?
I believe it's Article 2, which is referenced here in the language, both in what the language we're striking and the language we're proposing. The language we're proposing is just a little bit more clear. It doesn't have a double negative in it.
Yeah, and we did want to remove the probationary verbiage because we have removed that in other.
Right, an initial
We
hire
haven't-
period is what we've moved to
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, and we haven't posed on Article 2, or that's the last. We haven't made any proposals. But. Down in 4. In Article 2, which again, we haven't made a proposal on yet, but it does mention programs of assistance, not of assistance, or maybe we were just keeping this consistent. But, we did want to change plans to programs. And then, capital, because that is how it is mentioned in Article 2. And B, we are breaking out, again, just for ease of referring to the structure of the contract, just breaking this out into 1 and 2. There's no functional change to language. Down in C, we've added immediate supervisor. Because sometimes meetings are called by an immediate supervisor, and we want to make sure that when those are called at a lower level, that employees are also given the opportunity to contact their union rep. We want to make that really clear. And then, down at the end of C, the previous language had the district, provides the employee a link to the union website. And we are proposing instead a union business card, or a printed copy of the union office phone number and email address. We're happy to provide that to supervisors. We just want it to be a little bit more accessible to staff, again, because of some of the previous conversation we had just with access to technology, that could be a barrier to contact for some people if they cannot immediately access our website. We want people to be able to get in contact with us. So if it's a phone call, if it's an email, if it's going to our website, however works best for them, we want them to be able to contact us if they need to. Trying to remove access barriers. And that's it for our proposals.
I did just notice a typo in our
proposal.
A4, yes. The word improvement is capitalized and should not be. It's a program of assistance for improvement, small.
Does that match up with what I
Yeah,
would
looking at the definition
in Article
in Article 2. Yeah,
So we either need to capitalize it in both places or not capitalize it in both places.
correct.
Yeah. I like that consistency, so.
Well, you guys decide.
Yeah, I mean, I probably will capitalize it in both places. I was thinking of it, we call it a PAI a lot of times, which then I would want to probably capitalize it in both places, but.
The word improvement is not even in the current definitions, but I don't mind if you add it.
Okay. Yeah, that's how I think of it is.
Okay.
Program of assistance for improvement.
Not that it's up to me, I say I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think I have any questions.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'd like the word improvement in there.
Okay. Yeah, I
It would help with, when you do reference checks.
Okay,
When you talk to people, you don't have this person who's been on a plan of assistance, and they're like, for what? For improvement, for that.
yeah, I think I agree that that's typically how we would refer to it.
Thank you for that.
I'm making a note because we're planning to present Article 2 to you folks, so making a note that we should have the word improvement.
Great. Yeah, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. 28.
Yep.
Okay. 28, contracting now. Very minor changes here. In A, we have just a couple of wording changes from will to shall. And then just the addition of the word and, which we have an opportunity. And then the addition of the word to between and present. For sentence flow, I believe.
The shalls do strengthen this a little
Yes.
bit.
Yeah. And to work for sentence. The shalls work for string. In B, striking the word so. Cause it is unnecessary.
Yeah.
We need to be there.
It doesn't that sound, far more formal?
It was very,
Shall so notify.
so, yeah. And then adding the word expedited, just this. B talks about the expedited bargaining process, so we're just adding.
Yep, right
to
there with you.
clarify, that is the expedited bargaining process.
Yep.
Down in D, we are adding with prior notice to the union, talking about the need to subcontract temporary, special or technical.
We did talk about some of this in relation to the transportation article, and so if you do choose to invoke D, we would like prior notice that you're invoking D. It's also worth saying in general with this article, we're making small changes, but both parties, we kind of feel like both parties have been out of compliance, maybe in a light way, from time to time with this article. So we do want an opportunity to tighten it up a little bit and to move into greater compliance for both parties moving forward.
On section D, would you agree that when we talk about subcontracting a temporary need for work here and giving notice to the union, it'd be the type of work that is at least, it's not being performed by members of the bargaining unit, but it's within that same scope or sphere. So let me give you some examples that probably helps.
Yeah.
We're going to put a new roof on a school. We don't have current workforce that we probably contract out with a company to do that. That's one that might fall within this because of the type of work. We contract with school psychologists or speech language professionals when we don't have enough of our own, but we would need to provide your unit with notice of that contracting because it's not even within that general scope of work that's, I'm trying to differentiate between when do we have to provide that notice, you know what I mean? Because we might contract out legal, we might contract out, we have a lot of contracts with service providers. And we're trying to figure out which ones we would be notifying you guys.
Some that we're aware of, but weren't notified of,
Right,
would be like, we have some custodial contractors we're aware of, we're notified of. We know we have some security, we had some security contractors that worked our graduations last year that we are aware of, I believe we have contract out for, our McKinney-Vento transportation. So those are some examples of, work that is performed by our bargaining unit members, that we are contracting out for. Our union wasn't notified of those, or, if it was prior to, last year, that was our current leadership team. So that would be examples of us being out of compliance. And I think the conversation we're having here is we want to be in compliance. So moving forward, we want to make sure we're in compliance with this article.
And I think those
Yeah.
those examples speak more to compliance around A.
Yeah.
And so in D, I think your question is good and trying to figure out, there are certain things where I don't know that we really need the prior notice, like elevator maintenance.
Yeah.
Right, where it's like,
We don't have an elevator technician.
yeah, you're gonna, it's like the need is, when is it? It's, you don't know, and it's not consistent, and it doesn't make sense for the district to ever employ elevator technician
Low
regularly.
voltage technician.
Right, so,
Yeah.
right, so.
we probably have people who come in and service our coffee machines and things like that, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so I think we would be open to a conversation on clarity around this. I
Okay.
think in our discussion, the prior notice was really about when you're looking at a temporary need. We kind of just want to know, we want to be able to verify ourselves that it's not really work that, even when we're talking about the elevator technician, that's not something that we would ever have any issue with, right? But also, it's good for us to know because, there might be times when the district decides to contract something out where we feel like it might be real close to
Mhm.
something that we could potentially, our members could potentially do, and then we might want to have a conversation with you about that. Yeah,
Yeah, I think we need to figure out some clarification because the qualifier here is special or technical skill not performed by
right.
or within the assignment of current employees, which, I mean, if you think about it, that taken literally could mean like absolutely anything, you know what I mean? Like I said, like,
To do it-
legal or, specific like, financial things, or, I'm just trying to think, things that would never arguably be performed by members. The school psych for when we have overflow, like that's not work that's even performed by members of your bargaining unit, you know what I mean? I'm just wrestling with the scope of that or how we would know to meet or meet, so.
Going to your examples, like we would never have, that requires a special license to be a school psychiatrist. That would not be part of our bargaining unit.
Yeah,
Construction trades. We have maintenance people, but they're not general contractors. They're not building roofs. They're maintaining.
yeah,
That's just not work that we would do. Elevator technician, again, I could see a future in if every single building had an elevator, maybe we would look at hiring one of those, but that is just not likely to ever happen. So I don't think that we're aiming at any of those types of contracting out. We're
Yeah.
talking about stuff that's adjacent to what we already do, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it, and I don't think we philosophically have a difference. I'm just trying to figure out how to word it. Because right now, it's just a statement that we can do that. We can contract directly for a variety of those things. Now, the change would call for the district to now take affirmative action to provide a notice. And I just don't want to put us in a situation where we're not providing notice, or we don't know the scope of that notice that we are supposed to provide. So,
That makes a lot of sense. We're open to the discussion. We certainly weren't intending that when the district contracts your services, Brian, that we would have to receive prior notice.
yeah,
Right,
Yeah.
that,
we have an audit, or we get a contract to do the yearly audit or something like that. And,
right,
technically that's special or technical skill not performed by or within the assignment of current employees.
yeah, I think we will think about this part of our proposal, and we're open to a conversation around this for
All
sure.
right, I think we can troubleshoot this one.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that. I think it's just finding the right way to say it.
I think one thing I see within the words too is that it says or within the assignment of current employees. So currently, all of these people are working as custodians. None of them are assigned to this night thing, so we're hiring out, contracting out for this not assigned right now work is where it would be a problem for. Like, it is not within the current assignment of the work because we haven't hired somebody for that position. So instead of contract that could be.
And that does bring up some, and thank you for that, because that does bring up some vagary around. You have the ability to assign the work. So if you, what we don't want is for you to unassign some of our members to work and then contract it out. It's not in their assignment anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah, so. And our proposal doesn't address kind of that problem, but that would be something that was worth us talking about at the table and hashing out.
okay.
I do know specifically for the custodial situation, we were short on custodials and we work in custodians and we work in partnership to, through the wage issue that we found to make that more, better for recruitment. But we maintained those position vacancies, and we were never over contracting out what we had vacancies for. So there may be some type of mechanism like that we can add here for accountability purposes. Like if we have to hire a mechanic because Carol's having a hard time getting one, or, what does that look like? As long as the vacancy is open, we're actively seeking someone for that position to fill it. It's really that type, I can see that. Just know that we were in partnership through that. It wasn't, we just decided to contract out custodial services. That wasn't.
That process and and the intentionality of that process. Very, very much appreciated. Also worth noting that we don't really know what exactly temporary means in this sense, so if you're thinking about making some of this language and be a little bit more clear, that's another thing that is vague. We don't know what temporary is. Certainly, I think both parties have a history of working collaboratively, like you mentioned, to kind of work through this stuff. So if you're looking to tighten up some of that language, we're happy for it to come in line with what our practice of mutuality has been.
Okay, we'll work on that. Yeah, thanks.
$32. So I have two things for 32, but probably the thing that would be, beneficial to present would be the bumping chart. 32. Is your copy edited, like it's a part of the proposal? I think it was like a separate, or just from the book. No, I think I shared a copy of it and is it important? Yeah, it just says.
It's gonna be, well, unless
Yeah.
you make it as big as
It is very small. Okay. What does it mean? How? Okay, so this is, does everybody have the thing?
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is not intended to be a full proposal. I mean, the language in the article, I think hopefully we're in agreement on that. Just some date changes to be aligned with what our contract date should be. As far as the bumping chart, what we've really done here is add the correct and current job classifications because the bumping chart that is in our current contract was incorrect. We've added a lot of jobs and some jobs have been removed. So what we did was add all of the jobs that are in our current bargaining unit to this bumping chart. And we had some discussion and we just added them as they appear on the salary schedule. And we would just like to have a conversation about how we're opening a conversation with you about how they should be in terms of bumping rights. Because as we looked at it and how the different positions bump into each other, there are positions that bump into each other on the previous bumping chart that didn't make logical sense to us, and it wouldn't make logical sense to us now for certain positions to bump into each other that are together on the current salary schedule. So we placed them together on the bumping chart. And I think as we had some discussions, our intention was kind of like, were there a situation where layoffs were to occur, staff would have the ability to make lateral or downward moves. But we couldn't come to the determination of like who could be placed higher than somebody. If management has a different idea about that, we would welcome a discussion about that.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Just trying to make sense of it in my head.
Yeah.
So you have like in technology, you have technology support 3/technology integration. As suggested in the current chart, we have technology 3 versus, and then technology integration.
Yes,
Because you're basing it only on the salary.
their salary.
You're
Yes.
not combining their job descriptions.
Correct. So if, for example, layoffs were to occur and there's open positions in technology integration, but not as technology support 3, then a technology support three who's laid off could make a move into technology integration. Or vice versa. Does it make sense? Because they're currently compensated at the same rate.
So then you're considering like tech support three and tech integration to be like
A lateral move.
One of the.
Again, we're opening a conversation about this with
Yeah.
you because
There's a lot to talk through here, and
Yeah.
one of the reasons why the bumping chart itself isn't a formal proposal from us is that as we talk through this, it's obviously very complicated. We think there are issues with the current chart, and as we talk through it, we essentially need a conversation with you operationally,
Yeah,
so that we can even really wrap our head around what our position might be on some of this stuff, and we would rather our position be something that is mutually informed than anything else. And so if you see issues with the bumping chart or with where we've made placements, like let's have the conversation and let's talk through some examples potentially. And if we do that now, that's fine. Or if you want to think about it and we come back and have more conversation, that also it's okay.
yeah, I think that even the current, the classified bumping chart as currently drafted. I mean, I think there are things that are not said or clarified by it. Like, is the presumption that in a layoff situation, the presumption is I can bump down. Right? Okay. So then
Yeah, or
it doesn't even say that. It might say that in the layoff article. I don't know, but
it does,
does say
and
that.
then you can bump laterally, and if you have held other positions on different columns, you can bump over. So again, it is complicated and it requires us to like kind of think through some
Yeah.
likely scenarios and then some scenarios that might not be as likely.
yeah, well, and then like just follow the flow of it, like, and I did, without seeing the job descriptions, it's hard to know, but like where print shop operator is, print shop operator could then bump down into technology support one, and I don't know if those job duties are similar in nature. I mean, to me, they don't jump out as being similar, but I haven't looked at the job description, so I don't know.
Well, like licensed practical nurse, that requires some kind of certification and it's / media support.
So those were on the same, they're in
Yeah.
the same scale, but obviously. As
Why?
media support, you probably don't have your.
Yeah. Yeah.
We couldn't bump over.
No, I mean, I appreciate how you're presenting this, and I agree that there are a lot of questions that go into this thing.
Which are really more questions for your team to answer.
Yeah, and I think that we want to work with you on figuring some of this stuff out. I don't know, we don't think that this will necessarily be frictional. But also it could be complex and take a good amount of time. And so I think if in your conversations, you're feeling like that time might be expansive, I think we would be at least open to hearing a proposal about maybe moving this to a side letter if that is necessary in order for us to more timely reach a full agreement on the contract.
All right. Yeah, I like that idea, maybe. Yeah, I mean, some of these categories are more cleaner and common sense than others, right? Like nutrition services feels like it's a pretty clean progression of jobs or responsibilities, a hierarchy, right? But then it's some of them, maintenance, trade, security gets a little tough, technology gets a little tough, so, yeah.
Right, we're not even sure that a technology support 3 has the necessary skills to do technology repair.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Right,
they could potentially bump into.
And it's not that they can't, we're just not sure of that. Yeah. Did I throw someone under the bus? I did not. Yeah, it's worthy conversation. There's a good number of worthy conversations in here.
Let us have like a first initial just kind of conversation on this, but I agree that like we probably won't be. I think we'll reach back out to you after we have an idea of maybe how to best troubleshoot this and see if you agree, like you said, maybe it goes in a side letter or maybe we'll like to dig into it a little bit. Thank you. I mean, it's hard because you don't want a bumping chart that has a whole bunch of standalone jobs. Those people have nowhere to bump, right? But then you can nitpick some of these, like Yeah, I think we've identified a lot of them, or campus securities mixed in with like groundskeeper and maintenance, like are those jobs, you know, that similar where there's a progression, a bumping progression, I don't know, you know.
You know, it may be that after a thorough conversation, it becomes a very complicated map, but then is there an interest to not have a very complicated map in the contract? Like, yes, I think probably a shared interest.
Yeah,
For that, so. yeah.
okay, well, thank you for bringing this forward, even the current one has a lot of problems with it.
Agreed.
Yeah, thanks. Can I ask one question that came up for me and just taking a quick look at it, because I saw you were bringing 32 and I was like, what the heck's in 32? What is B, what does that section B mean to you guys? 32. Parties agree to engage in a comprehensive review of all classifications, including the bumping chart, placement of the salary schedule, beginning no later than January 27th. It's just odd language, and I was part of bargaining the current language, but it called on us to do something after the expiration of the current agreement. No later than it's the January prior to the expiration. You're right.
Yeah. It's prior, I mean, I read this as kind of, an invitation to begin the work that we're talking about on the bumping chart.
Yeah.
Ahead of bargaining, so
Okay.
that it doesn't end up
That makes
expansive.
sense. Okay, I like that idea.
Yeah,
We didn't do that this time, I don't think, right?
correct.
Okay,
Would have helped us out, probably.
It might have, right.
okay, that helps. Thanks. That helps clear that up for me. All right. Now I think we really are at a point of a break, right? What else would be next, knowing that we can't present 15 without a caucus?
I think we're at lunch 50 minutes early.
I think we would combine up a caucus and lunch. I already see some of your proposals you've given us today that I think we can respond to with some caucus time, so.
That's great. Why don't, you wanna let us know by, like 1 o'clock?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, it's possible we could come back earlier than the
Okay.
scheduled 1:30, and if that's the case, we should.
Okay,
Otherwise, if you need more time, we're happy to.
Okay.
Go, yeah.
and we've given you Article 4, so at least you have something to caucus about. I think we'll probably, our first thing on our agenda will be to get Article 15 in shape and then probably present it to you, so you can have that one, and then we'll start talking about possible counters to your other articles.
Great.
Okay,
Excellent.
awesome, thanks.
We'll
Appreciate
be
it.
back.
One, unless we communicate otherwise.
Perfect.
Absolutely. Kenna, you maybe want to start, I mean, I feel like we can TA 32, the bumping chart needs work, obviously, but I think 32 only references the committee that's gonna look at those things, so I don't know that it's dependent on the bumping chart being done. I mean, if you guys feel like it is, that's fine too, but otherwise, I think we'd be ready to sign 32.
I think that's probably fine with us, yeah.
Okay. Awesome. I have,
Do you need a copy?
yeah,
Margaret.
Margaret. There we go.
Oh, hot dog. We got it. Okay, next time it'll be better.
EJ, Margaret.
I'm sorry, fire me. Please don't.
You would not have just cause for that?
No, that fire. The baby.
Right here.
That was a really good amount of union management humor there.
You. All right, a small one, but one cross off.
Mhm.
All right. We have a counter proposal for you on let's do 16. Thanks.
Everyone, put it back. Yeah. The second owl.
Did the second owl wake up?
Sorry, but it's ill. So it's okay. Maybe I can. Yeah, I didn't want to get into the apple.
All right. Article 16, I guess just to summarize, we've adopted all your changes except for one. So we agreed taking out the committee will meet by September 1, 2022. That's now passed. Took your language about presents a valid case for reclassification, agreed to your language about voting results will be shared with all committee members. Then what we didn't take was in the event of a tied vote at any step of the process, requested change in classification will proceed to the next step because there is no next step for it to proceed to. It's either successful or it's not. So we took that out. The strikeout in the third paragraph of a majority of the committee, that language, I think you had already identified this as redundant with up in the second paragraph where that same statement appears. So yeah, it's your language with the exception of that, what you had proposed as that final sentence of the second paragraph.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Yep. All right. Moving right along. We do have a proposal for you on Article 15. Take a bit more to go through. Thanks. Everybody have that one now? Great. Okay. Again, a fair amount of pieces of this to walk through. So we included this statement at the top for purposes of this article. Family members are defined in Article 2 definitions unless stated otherwise. I think that was kind of a common refrain throughout here where we were lifting it from here and we were going to defer to Article 2. The first change that you proposed, we did accept. Less than 12-month employees working more than 200 contract days shall receive 11 days of sick leave. So that is as you had proposed. Down into A6, that was proposed as a strikeout to, again, defer to Article 2 definitions for the definition of family member. So that's the same. On the next page, or section B on personal leave. So our proposal is to go from 1 day of personal leave to 2. We did go to 3 with our licensed group, but that was a little bit different. They previously had the ability to take 2 sick leave days and transition them to personal leave. So they had the ability, they were at 1 and we bargained to discontinue that change from sick to personal leave. So we see the two situations as having been a little bit different. You know, honestly, as we're looking at leaves kind of in a whole here, you know, adding leaves is tough for us because we do have issues with being able to cover when folks are gone. I mean, that's whether it's your group or licensed group or any of our groups. That's just one of the challenges that all districts face is how do we cover when folks are gone? So we are a little bit reluctant to add leave days. We did, you know, note that your group left at one personal day would be behind, obviously. So we felt like a good middle ground was to move to 2 days. We did leave in the language about having to submit it for approval, because as we check back in with folks who administer this, there are times when personal leave gets denied, or more likely we get to a certain point, like the Friday before Memorial Day, where an email will go out that says like, no more personal leave is going to be approved for this day. Like, we have so many people out that if a personal leave request hasn't been made yet, it's not going to be approved. So I don't remember, Michelle, you check in and if there were other reasons for denial, but obviously that does happen in some instances. So we kept that concept in. Personal leave used, we kept it in half shift or full shift increments. We can't get subs for an hour at a time. And so if it's a position you have to sub behind, it just doesn't work to have people gone in those hour chunks, because substitutes, I think we can't hire them, correct? Even if people were interested, we couldn't, but I think we probably have far fewer people who would be interested also. We agreed to language that would allow people to roll forward 1 day. We kept the current language talking about a possible payout if you requested personal leave and it was denied and a replacement day couldn't be identified, there's a payout. We saw that still as a positive thing, but then have agreed with the rollover so that people could accumulate up to 3 days of personal leave in a year. You had proposed 4, obviously. So that's what we did with section B. Jury duty in C1, we left as is. I mean, I don't know how often it's been a problem. You know, for us, it probably depends on the specifics of a circumstance. If somebody gets dismissed from jury duty at 9 or 10 in the morning and they're supposed to have a shift that goes until 4 or 5, we don't think it's unreasonable that they report back to work. We have that threshold in there already of provided 2 hours or more, so nobody would have to come back for a very brief period of time. So again, we didn't know how high a priority this one was or how often that had been an issue, so we left it as is. Military leave were just some capitalizations there, which we picked up. Bereavement leave. Your first paragraph there. I think you proposed to like that, but you just reorganized it. So I think I'm just trying to track some of the editorial changes that you had proposed. We picked up the of a family member. We left though within 90 days because the parenthetical exists there, except in extenuating circumstances on a case-by-case basis. So we see the existing potential of somebody being able to say, maybe I have to travel to another country for a memorial service, and that can't happen until a certain point in the year, or during the pandemic, I know people really had a hard time with not being able to hold the service for quite a while. So we feel like the 90 days is a good default rule, but there is the ability in extenuating circumstances. We added the language bereavement leave with full pay shall also be allowed up to 5 days for pregnancy loss. So that's as you had proposed it. We struck the various definitions there because I think those are going to be covered by our definition of family member in Article 2. And please do stop me or wait till the end either way. Emergency leave, there was just some capitalization in that first sentence and then also in F1. We left the not to exceed 3 total days, and I think I brought this up when you had presented this, there's some of these emergency leaves that are shall be granted instead of may. So we feel like we need some guardrails around that, otherwise we wouldn't know how long somebody was entitled to. So we left the 3 days. Made your change in F2 in that editorial change. In 3, we took out as defined in Oregon Family Leave Act. I think that's the change you proposed. For taking out immediate family and leading a family member. 5, I think, was just capitalization. 6, we left as current language because for us, it has a specific meaning. In a case of a child born to a wife or dependent child living in the employee's home. So for us, that's a fairly limited carve out. It's a will be granted. If that was expanded to all of those possible definitions of family, then for us, the exposure would be significant because people would automatically be granted emergency leave in the case of a child born to any of those individuals that would be on that family list. And that would include people you're related to by affinity. And so, I mean, you could have times where people had 4 or 5 births in a year to any of those number of people, and we'd be giving 3 days every time. So for us, this was intended like somebody in your home, your child lives with you and they have a child, you are granted emergency leave. So we were not wanting to expand that. We did not pick up in the case of employees who are unable to work as a result of student behavior escalation cycle related to injury or trauma. Understanding that that's the need. I don't know, if that will come up again in the health and safety article when you bring it forward. For us, it felt like an undefined leave. Again, not knowing what our exposure would be there, how we would measure that sometimes, an employee who's unable to work as a result of student behavior escalation cycle related to trauma. So we don't even necessarily have an injury. I'm traumatized on some level, and I'm not doubting that people have that experience. I'm just saying would be almost impossible for the district to measure or monitor whether that had actually occurred or not. So not knowing what our exposure there to that leave would be. I guess we could delete 7. You had proposed to delete that, and I guess we left it. Emergency leave shall be allowed for deaths and funerals of relatives other than, if we leave it, it probably doesn't make any sense now because we don't use the phrase immediate family member in relation to bereavement anymore. So, but I think you'd still want to leave it for deaths of family members not included in that death. I mean, I guess anybody is almost going to be related by blood or affinity. So maybe we don't need that one anymore, as I kind of talked myself out of it. So we can probably accept that, strike out. Crises are to be considered on presentation of sufficient evidence. Again, that goes back to many of these bereavement leave categories are discretionary. So we feel like that last section 8 still applies.
Okay.
Again, I know there's a lot here and I'm kind of rolling through it. So,
No, we're taking it in, I think, maybe potentially developing some questions. I mean, if we want to pause here before going into G.
sure.
Anyone on our team have questions about what we've reviewed so far? Yeah.
When you were talking about 6, you said because it would be 3 days every time, but then you're also putting a leave that not to exceed 3 total days per work year on the birth of a child. So I'm confused about that. How would that be 3 days every time if it's limited to 3 days per work?
Yeah, that is a great clarifying question.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, I'd have to think about that one, how those two things work together. Yeah.
And I have a question on that one too. One of the things we've presented with the change, and we don't want it to be a free for all, like, oh, my brother's cousin, sister, somebody is having a baby, I'm gonna go and get out of work.
Yeah.
That's not what the intention was
No.
behind that. But we did, present the case where perhaps the spouse lives in another area, not in your home, or the life partner lives in another area, not in your home, because their work assignment has them somewhere else and they're not allowed to travel. I just think that
Yeah.
it might be a little bit too, like,
Yeah.
we need, I understand the walls you're trying to put there, but this might be a little too tight. If you're a biological or adoptive parent, then
Yeah.
you're gonna wanna be there that day, and it's not gonna be like unpaid day. when
I probably
someone
would
else-
have read the current language to be in the case of a child born to, and it shouldn't say wife, it should say spouse or
And,
partner.
and we
In
changed
the
that.
case of a
in our-
child born to a spouse or partner, or a dependent child living in the employee's home, I see those
There we
as
go.
two separate categories, you know what I mean?
It just sounds in a full sentence without any breaking. that
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, spouse, life partner.
That was interesting language you just
Yeah.
brought.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll consider that. I think that's helpful.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. G, this part, we're gonna start probably going a little quicker because we have agreed to the first paragraph. And then you added in one at least. Okay. I'm just blanking on the discussion we had on 1A and B. The individual that you put has completed their initial hire period with the district as opposed to been employed by the district for at least 1 year. I don't recall what our conversation is there. I want to check back in with our team on that one. I think the request for a specific period of time and the return coincides with a natural break or recess period. I mean, that might be something we're still interested in. This is leave, of course, beyond what you're entitled to under the law. So now you're getting additional parental leave. So it feels like putting some additional requirements around that. Like, classroom teacher, I think it's probably more obvious where we might not want somebody coming back in the middle of a term or something like that. I don't know if it's as applicable for folks in your unit, but there might be some of those positions where we don't want to disrupt the natural flow by having somebody come back outside of a natural break time. I'd have to have a little bit more conversation on that one. I'm not remembering what our team discussion was there. So hold on those.
Yeah, I think that in our proposal, the initial hire period was just an easier way of saying
The 1 year
the
part.
1 year part.
Yeah.
I think we would have to consider in our caucus room, what you're talking about now, which is that this could mean, yeah, could you repeat what you were thinking through there in 1A and G1A?
Well, I don't know that we're opposed to that. I just don't I have to go back and revisit with our team. It seems
Okay.
somewhat arbitrary to say they have to have been working there for a year to access that leave as opposed to beyond their, what we used to call probationary period.
Right.
So I don't know why that's necessary. So
Okay.
that one, I think I
Okay.
want to talk through a little bit more.
All right, certainly if your conversations come up with some interest there that we should know about, we want to hear.
Yep. Okay.
And I feel like we talked about, in our preparation that it's a school year is 10 months, it's not 12 months. So like, if you'd only worked for 10 months, you haven't made it to 12. So
Right,
this is 1 calendar year.
Yeah.
That's different than
Yeah,
1 school
understood.
year. So
Okay,
initial
thank you.
hire period kind of seems to be a substitute for that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. We'll circle back on that one to get back to you.
Okay.
Number 2. You didn't have any proposed changes in 2, and neither do we. Disability, H1. No proposed changes. 2, there was just a there to they. we made that change. Long-term leave without pay. You had broken it out, you had shown it all struck, but then kind of restated, kind of broken out into separate numbers. So I think we tried to model that same formatting. We picked up section I1, we picked up your change of may to shall. In number 2, we picked up your language of if denied, the reason for denial shall be provided to the employee in writing. There were no proposed changes in 3, 4, 5. Section J is another one that's a little hard to review. You guys had shown both the version with changes shown and then just as if it would appear.
Yeah.
You know, so that does make it kind of easier. We just showed it with changes shown. So we struck should be submitted to the employee supervisor as you did. We struck that all should mirror your language in that first sentence.
Yeah.
So that should all be the same. We left it at current language about the leave request will be considered using criteria developed by the district, and then we get a description. Criteria may include, and you had proposed to replace that with really only that one criteria based on the impact on continuity of instruction and services. We view these other things listed here as potentially relevant and again, these are requests for unpaid leave, so there's no statutory, right to them. We probably would look at people's leave history. If we had somebody who's made repeated requests for unpaid leave, at some point, we're probably going to say, no, we're done with that model of,
This is the patternistic request. From leave without pay.
Yeah, so for us, it felt like that's still a legitimate criteria.
Are there other criteria we should consider too, as you're talking?
I mean, to some degree, purpose of the leave seems like it's relevant also, again, you're not guaranteed this leave, so you're coming to ask for it, and the district might logically want to know, like, is this something out of your control? Is it just you wanting to be gone for some other reason, that you do have control over? So purpose of the leave feels relevant. The impact on continuity of instruction services you left, so I think there's no disagreement there. Whether the employee has regularly scheduled breaks, I guess that's kind of like, can't you do it some other time? That's probably to me, the least relevant of the issues. That's a lot like purpose of leave. But employee leave history, for us does feel relevant. So keeping those criteria, then the language, all requests must include a specific reason for the leave. That would still be necessary. We're going to need to know what the leave request is for so we can evaluate it. So much of the current language we left, the changes we did make were kind of how these are practically submitted.
Is there a specific reason you did not pick up our language around it? Denied, the reason for denial shall be provided to the employee in writing.
No. I think we would add that. I mean,
okay.
I think we talked about it, and we do everything in writing in one way, shape, or form, email, or I can't imagine you would just give them verbal notice of that denial and leave it at that.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, that takes us to J. This is a long article.
Yeah. Wait, how many more pages?
Yeah. Section K, you propose no change, neither have we. Sick leave donation, we adopted your changes in 1, employees who wish to and then must contact the union to initiate the application process. Those changes we made. Okay. We adopted the addition of paid leave Oregon. We think that's a really good adoption. Somewhere in here is the strikeout. Oh, we forgot to make it. That you had proposed in B, what's down in 3B for you guys' request will be submitted on agreed upon form. We would strike that. That matches the change up in number 1. So that's out. As we get into M, the guidelines for leave donation, that's where we do have a difference. We kept the limit to donate 1 sick leave day. I mean, I guess if we wanted to have a conversation about whether the sick leave bank was running out or whether we wanted to increase the donation ability, I think that's a different conversation than potentially opening it up to almost unlimited donation. We have people that retire sometimes with 100 sick leave days. That would come off the district's books. That would be a cost that the district never had to incur if people retire with that many sick leave days. If they go to the sick leave bank, now that will become a cost that the district incurs. So for us, that feels like a real expansion. We don't budget. Michelle can correct me if I'm wrong. The district doesn't budget assuming every day gets used. Like the amount of money you'd have to set aside would be just absolutely incredible. And so, you know, turning days that don't get used into days that will get used would have a real significant cost impact for us.
That
So
makes sense. And in your example, that member could donate 90 under this proposal.
Correct.
So is there a place that we should be thinking of when we go into our caucus room that certainly is more than the one day, at which, you know, certainly 90 feels really uncomfortable, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of space between 90 and 1.
Yeah.
And some indication around, I think, especially where we're proposing language that protects our members from depleting their own bank down below a certain point, I think that's a shared interest.
Yeah.
We would like some amount of expansion here, but we also don't, you know, I don't think it was our intention that we be thinking through members with 100 days in that way that you described. We can find somewhere in there, unless you kind of want to indicate maybe where you think a reasonable expansion would be.
I think one thing would be interesting to our team, and we can probably get this data if you don't have it. Say, are we running out? Is the sick leave bank running out of days? Because if your answer to that is no, in the last 5 years, we've never ran out of days. And I would probably argue back to you that we don't need to expand the ability of that bank to people to contribute. If it's like we're routinely running out of days by 2/3 of the way through the year, or we have 3 of the last 5 years, then I can start seeing an argument for maybe that bank is insufficient right now. So that would be relevant, I think, to me. I don't know who has, if you guys keep that data or we keep that data, you know, Michelle.
Part of the problem is if you're limited to one day, let's say, I get a request early in the year, maybe in October, and I donate my one day for the entire year. And then May rolls around and my friend suddenly gets diagnosed with cancer and I want to donate a day to her, but I can't because I already donated to somebody else back in October. That's the problem I would like to really fix. It's very uncomfortable to like give up that one day early in the year and then never be able to donate again.
I'm just reading yours leave donation. So yours is a true leave donation system. Do you know the who and the why when you're asked to donate?
No, only if, for example, my friend tells me.
You would know just
that's
because you're a
my
friend.
particular
Yeah.
request. The other one in October was anonymous. And so I just kind of gave that up because somebody needed it and
Yeah.
it's anonymous. And now in May, it's like my heart's broken because I'd like to give a day to my friend and I can't because I already did. And that's kind of where the dilemma comes in. It kind of weirdly disadvantages anyone who has some catastrophic need late in the year.
Can I ask a question? Would your friend then not have access to the bank? So we don't have a bank per se. Okay. We get requests. The board then reviews the request to make sure it meets all the criteria. And then once that's approved, there's an X amount of days that person's asking for. We then put an email out to the classified staff saying we have somebody who needs this and they need 15 days. And then people donate in those days. So the only people who ever know who the person is or what the qualifying condition is the union leadership. And so what we have run into in the past, and especially towards the end of a school year, is those requests often go unfilled because people have donated earlier in the year.
And it's also worth noting that we donate our days, which might not be the same amount as the member is requesting. So I'm an 8-hour
Mhm.
employee, and if somebody wants to donate to me, they might donate 4 hours, which is their full day.
Gotcha.
So that makes it difficult too. So we have a, pool of employees, maybe, we don't know the exact number, but employees who donate consistently every year, their day, as much as they can. And then they can't. And as we said, later in the year, those employees who choose to donate every year can no longer donate,
Mhm.
and then the bank no longer exists.
Yeah. I think those are all good points. Your system is different from the one that I see more commonly, and it may be too late to like reinvent the wheel, but the more common sick leave bank is at the beginning of the year, who wants to donate a day to the bank? And you can't receive a day unless you donate. You can't receive a payout unless you donated. And so you get a lot of people donating to the bank, and it's just a standing pool of days. Again, I don't know if that's better or worse. It's more common.
We would prefer that system. We investigated that, and it's not possible to switch to like a true bank where we just, like, I would prefer to just give my hours and then they can be used as needed. But the way it's done now, it has to be specifically targeted to a specific request.
Yeah.
And then they give me those hours back if it's not used. So let's say like it's 15 days and 30 people donate 8 hours each.
Mhm.
They have to give those hours back to me, but I've already donated my 1 day.
Yeah, we did investigate that into this article because I agree that would be a better system.
What was feeling prohibitive to you?
We spoke with our payroll department and they told us how.
That it was basically impossible to track it that way.
It's just different. I don't work in payroll, so I'm not
Yeah.
gonna speak for them.
I don't.
I don't wanna get in trouble.
Yeah.
Michelle's not here. It's fairly,
While she's out of the room.
it's fairly.
Make it happen.
I'll be curious to hear what felt like the barrier on that. It's in a lot of collective bargaining agreements, but it's hard to make that switch over, maybe.
I think we can have some off-table conversations about whether or not that's something to implement. I think we would certainly be interested in exploring that further if there's more exploration that can be done. I'd like to ask, in number 7, number 7 is something we did not propose changing. It does limit the district's exposure on this to 800 total hours. I don't know that we've ever hit that, but that is an exposure limitation.
It is, that's true. In a given year, so that's
Right.
regardless of how many people put in requests, that's our max.
Yeah, I think the limitation that we're seeing is not so much that, or that we're getting to the maximum regularly, but that we have a certain subsection of our membership who have available sick time, either because they're just healthier, or for whatever reason, and they're also charitable enough to, be giving the 1 day.
Yeah.
And so that to us is the limitation that we were looking to kind of shift a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think we have an intention to increase the district's exposure on this, which is why we didn't propose a change in 7.
Got it. Okay, thanks. Those are all good things to think about, and it may be worthwhile circling back offline, but we'll take those concerns back into our caucus as well.
Okay.
I think maybe there is something between, like you said, 1 and 90.
Right.
In fact, that could probably, like rudimentary math.
88 numbers.
Section N. I think we just adopted your section N. This was around paid leave Oregon, entitlement to use accrued leave. What happens if there's a delay? And then you get later and get payment. So I think that should be all your language.
Great, thank you.
I think we just have very few differences in O. We adopted the title change. We left it as when an individual employee is absent for work because they're directed to quarantine or isolate. You had reasons including but not limited to quarantine or isolation. We couldn't think of what else it would be called. Or when you're being directed by public health to not show up. For us, it would either be quarantine or isolation. So we didn't know what the, but not limited to meant there.
Yeah, I think that for some of us, some of these terms became readily used during the most recent pandemic and weren't really, I mean, obviously, we know what the word isolation means, but I don't know that it had been used so readily in this fashion. So us not wanting to limit it was about how the next pandemic, there could be even more terminology that we're not really currently using in that way that it's used, that we don't know what it is.
Yeah, and maybe it is that those specific terms aren't important. It's just you are being told not to report to work by either public health department or the district. Right?
That's the idea we're trying to get at,
Because of a public health emergency.
and not a specific term,
Yeah.
because the specific term tends to change, and we want to
Yeah.
make sure that the
But
language
we might be able to clean that up.
is still in that.
And sometimes there's political reasons why the terminology changes, and it is pretty terrible that that's the case in the world that we live in. And we would rather protect our members from that sort of, political nomenclature.
Yeah, understood. I mean, it may be that we can just rework that and not have to have any reference to quarantine or isolation and just have it focus on you're being directed during a public health emergency or due to a public health emergency, you're being directed by either public health or the district not to report. Other changes in there, we did adopt. We took out the due to a work-related contact. That was an artifact from the pandemic, and I remember having those conversations, and if you chose to go to Idaho for a wedding, you know, we didn't think that we should be on the hook for your COVID, and we did talk about the legitimacy of being able to even identify where that exposure happened, and that was very difficult, so we agreed to take that out. I think the rest of the language is as you propose. We added immediate in front of supervisor. We thought that was consistent with. Yeah.
That's good bargaining work.
Okay, thanks for sticking with me. That's a long article.
A very,
Yes, thank you.
Nicely done.
a very small potato. You, said that neither of us made changes to K, but we did add a letter S at the end of the employee. So, you know, keeping it tight.
Got it. All
Is
right.
there a reason you don't want?
No, it's kind of caveman speak as written, employees shall be granted, right? So, I think employees, probably
I have a question back on personal leave on B.
personal leave in B. Got it.
So just clarifying what you said something about that we're going from 1 to 2 days. We're not matching up with HCA because they had something more before coming out of their sick leave.
Correct.
My question would be, when we, as the classified staff, tend to work more days than the HCA per year, why would we want to have less days for us as personal days than we would for them, even though it isn't equal where we came from?
Mhm.
When we're looking ahead and saying, what do we have here? I would work more than my licensed partner. So, I'm curious as to how that works.
Sure. And I don't know if you've fallen, some category of your bargaining unit also has access to vacation, which none of the licensed group do. So if I work more days because I'm a 12-month employee, I have considerably more vacation and personal leave are almost synonymous in many ways. And so the license don't have that piece. So that's a key difference. If you're talking about that gap between a school year and like an 11-month employee, you know, I don't have a good answer for you as far as how those things compare. We did add an extra sick leave day for people who fell into that category, and our licensed folks cap out at 10. So I think it's mostly just trying to have some control over how much leave we're adding to the contract, just because it is a cost and it's a productivity loss as well. So trying to balance people's needs with the system so sometimes that's all it is, you know, 2 instead of 3. It saves us that many
Yeah.
personally days
Sure,
a year, you know.
Would it be prohibitive for us to use that 11-month employee's sick leave as a possible personal day like they used to have for the license?
That's an interesting concept. I think we'd consider that, like you wanted to convert that.
If it's a possible thing.
Yeah, I think we would talk about that one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. We had one other one, didn't we? 28. Break it down. Okay. 28. Explain to you how we got to the place we did. The changes you proposed up in A were largely editorial. Those were fine. In B, the reference to expedited bargaining process, that was a good amendment from our standpoint, adopted both of those. Here's why we didn't pick up your change in D. I mean, here,
Before you go there, funny
Yeah.
enough, you didn't pick up our change, to remove that so in shall so notify.
oh no.
It was written back to me.
Oh, man.
That's okay, that's totally okay, it's just worth pointing out.
Yeah.
And these things happen, I think,
Yeah.
both directions,
It
certainly.
is funny though, it shows up with the squiggle line, like,
It doesn't even like it on there.
Shall so notify.
Our program doesn't recognize Old English or.
Hitherto,
Yeah.
yeah.
Shall so.
So notified.
Forthwith and quotation.
We meant to cross that out, so thank you. For D, I mean, here, as we read this several times, this is work not performed or within the assignment of any current employee, so it, by definition, wouldn't be contracting, right? Or subcontracting or contracting out. And then as we thought about how we would operate this, Ray had some examples that this would be like a daily notice unless we are interpreting your intent wrong.
Yeah, like facilities, we have people like even in the parking lot, we have our HVAC guys working together with the H Kelly. So we would be essentially notifying you multiple times a day.
Locksmith was another one. we had.
Locksmith, HVAC, electricity, carpenters, we're always doing things in tandem with contractors. Sometimes because we have other emergencies, sometimes the workload. And we also thought about, you know, the effect it would have on staffing. If we're constantly having to notify, we can't move forward. If it's a heating or cooling issue, something like that, that we need to resolve right away, it would impede staffing groups. So kind of our questioning, thinking about that.
The custodial example felt different because that was a result of having positions that couldn't be filled, right? And so that is bargaining unit work, right? And here, the language is specifically saying it's not necessarily bargaining unit work. So as we talked about how we would implement this, it felt very difficult, I think, for both the recognition of when we'd have to notify and then the volume of that notification.
That makes some sense. Go ahead.
All of those things are bargaining. Like locksmith, HVAC, carpenter, those are all bargaining. I mean, we have staff who do all of those. So all of that should have some, like, there should be some notification. Because we have employees who perform all of that work as part. So it shouldn't be happening that we're contracting now for outside services. And there's no conversation with the union about that. That should not be occurring regularly. And us having no knowledge of it. So I want to be clear about that, because that was what we were, when we initially had this conversation. We're aware that this is happening. it should not be happening with no conversation. And this is different from, that's not a special technical skill that no one in our bargaining unit has. Those are skills that our employees have, that they perform regularly, and yet we still have contractors also doing this work. And our leadership is not being notified. Yes, and that is a problem for this.
Go ahead, Sydney.
Oh, and if the reason, so let's say there's a custodial position or a maintenance position that has been advertised for 2-3 months, never filled, just don't have the people, obviously, those services need to happen. We just are asking for notice. Tell us, you know, we need to contract out because we have this unfilled position, the work needs to get done. That's not something we anticipate having a problem with. It's just, we need to know that so that when our bargaining unit members come to us and say, why are these outside contractors doing my work? Well, the reason is because there was a position that went unfilled for 3 months, not because the district is going behind the union's back and contracting out for union jobs.
I think, you know, if you think of the context in which this sometimes occurs, on an ongoing basis, the district doesn't have an ongoing need for, I don't know how many you have, 2 locksmiths. 1 locksmith does the job, but on a particular day, for whatever reason, you have some emergency happen where if you had to wait for your 1 locksmith to get around to each one of those things, you would be causing a very big disruption to services. But that doesn't mean that on Thursday, you need to have 2 locksmiths again, or that for the other 364 days you need. It means that you had a ballooning need for a service that goes greatly beyond what you regularly have. So it would be honestly a waste of the district's money to overemploy in some of those situations, right? Or the HVAC, I don't know what the contractors do compared to what our own staff do.
I don't either. I'm sure a lot of it is, specialized things, computerized things, programming, that kind of thing. We're very limited on what we can do, so we contract other companies.
But in the process of contracting out, you have to contact that person, right? Can't you just shoot the union an email saying, we have, you know, this special project that came up out of nowhere because all these things broke at once and we only have the 1 locksmith, therefore we need to contract out for 2 days. That's all we're asking for is notice. Just like tell us what happened and why, and as simple as an email saying, we can't have the locksmith do this because he's in Bermuda on his like vacation and these locks broke and they're critical, so we're just gonna contract out or whatever it is. Just tell us that
Yeah,
we
so-
know what's going on.
2 thoughts on that. Number 1, knowing when that notice will be required is not as obvious, I think, as some of the examples that we're giving. So the locksmith one is a pretty obvious example, but I think always knowing whether we were expected to give notice, like when does that work come close enough to your bargaining unit work that notice is required? I think that is a concern because it's not clear cut in my mind when reading. Number 2, I think as Ray's trying to describe, I mean, as this thing is happening and oftentimes an emergency, honestly, we're probably not stopping to say, oh, we need to give notice, let's send out an email. Ray's probably like, get the HVAC people over here so we can get this thing fixed. Right, and so, I mean, that's another one of the concerns too. I mean, if it's a matter of you want to know what contracts we have with companies to do, I mean, you're entitled to that information anyways, you know?
Yeah, we did submit an information request earlier this week, kind of to that effect. I think some part of this conversation is interesting to me because in D, if what the district is using D for is for work, just only technical skills not performed by or within the assignment of current employees, that's helpful to know. And, you know, we might be in a position to want some information every once in a while. The locksmith example is a good one where that is work that our members do. If there was a real need to, you know, we got to get into a building and our 1 locksmith isn't working today, I don't think we would balk at that. But if we put in an information request and find out that that's happening 3 times a week, then all of a sudden, we're kind of like, wait a second.
Why don't you have the other lock?
Why don't you have another locksmith? Exactly. And
Yeah.
so, I think with this one, I think we really appreciate, all the other work, and the conversation's really good. I think the information that we asked for earlier this week might be necessary for us to get to TA on this article.
Yeah, and I think our conversation is showing this, and as you're saying, there's a difference between overflow work and work that's truly, we don't have people employed in that capacity. So like my earlier example of like putting a new roof on or something, you know, we probably have people who have those skills, but we don't employ them in that capacity. So we're gonna use a contracted service, different from the locksmith example. So, yeah, two different situations.
Is the current interpretation of this in its administration that it is temporary need for work or special or technical skill not performed by or within the assignment of current employees? How is that comma being administered by the district?
Yes. I mean, that's a good question. I mean, it sounds like a little bit of both, because I hear Ray's example of, our locksmith example. We have a temporary need. That need's not gonna be here tomorrow or next week or whatever, but for whatever reason, I've got to call Frank's locksmith company because we don't have somebody here who can do that today, you know? So that's that temporary piece. And then obviously the piece I'm focused on is the special or technical skills not within the current assignment of current employees. So it sounds like it's being used a little bit for both.
When we have clear-cut examples, like an elevator technician, where it's not reasonably within the bargaining unit, the scope of bargaining unit work that is done, we're a lot more comfortable with that. When we start talking about temporary work that is done by our members, obviously that's where, and we've had some of these discussions at the table already, and you've been very reasonable about them. But, sometimes temporary need becomes chronic.
Yeah.
Chronic and temporary, we find really is pushing the definition of temporary, and that's where we start getting really uncomfortable. We don't think that any of you are systemically working to create a chronic need or an understaffing need. We think you're trying to be fully staffed as much as possible. We also don't want a circumstance where we allow for the chronic need for temporary work that is our bargaining unit work. I hope that makes some sense.
It totally does. And it may be that breaking this section D into parts or having two halves to it. So, current language, when we're talking about special or technical skill not performed within the assignment of the current employees. And then maybe we need to figure out what the arrangement is going to be when it's overflow work of a temporary nature.
Can I ask a question? When it says special or technical skill, and I'm just wondering, if we have our HVAC people show up to a site and they realize one, they either don't have the equipment or the skill needed for that, whatever situation goes beyond of what they can do, what does that look like to you? It is HVAC, we have HVAC, but the skills are not within our employees.
Yeah, I think that might fall under the definition of special, right? It's like work that our members do, but they're encountering a special skill that within that kind of work, they're like, I don't know. That may also happen with proprietary equipment where only certain people who work for the company that made the equipment can break that seal, right? We think that's also special, even though our members might say, you know what, if that seal were already broken, I could get in there and do that work, right? But that might be a special skill.
Yeah. And for me, those are the scenarios where we shouldn't have to give notice because that's just going to slow the whole operation down. Like if our own HVAC show up and they say, we don't have this piece of equipment, or this requires some level of computer expertise that we don't have because we don't work on this all the time. We want them to be able to call or go to a supervisor and call, right, Ray? I mean, we don't want to say, okay, let's do this
And it
tomorrow.
does happen every day. Electrical stuff with HVAC, carpentry, I mean, they know how to replace windows, but they can't replace the windows for certain circumstances. installations, sped classes, some of the swings that they install have to be done by specialized people, licenses, license restrictions, that kind of things.
Yeah, so I mean, it's feeling more and more like perhaps we add to this or somehow break it down
Breaking
into
it down
two.
into 2 pieces.
Yeah,
Yeah, and what you're describing, Ray, also speaks to, it's our classified members who are up against the limitation of what that bargaining unit work actually is. Yeah, which of course I think we want to be deferential to our members understanding the work and where their work ends and someone else's has to begin.
When you're dispatching workers like on a daily basis, is that part of a service agreement or that's just like you call somebody out?
I
You
don't,
don't know?
I don't personally, it would be Peterson that does all that, him and Hicks now. But they're constantly calling people out for, we have people like PSI, Performance Services, they do all the, fire extinguishers and sprinkler systems, things like that, that we can't service, we don't have a license,
Yeah.
we don't have technicians.
it's probably.
And that
both.
makes a lot of
It
sense.
does a lot of both.
Yeah. Cause I would imagine if we're entering into a service agreement to subcontract some of this work, part of that service agreement process would be what kind of work is this? Is this already being performed by bargaining unit members? And then let's inform the unit,
Mhm.
the union leadership that we're entering into this stuff.
Yeah, and I was just saying to Michelle, when she was agreeing, it's probably a combination of things where you have standing contracts with certain companies to perform routine maintenance or even show up in emergencies, and then you probably have some where you're just calling the vendor because you didn't know you were gonna have the need for that. It just
Right.
comes out. So I think it is both.
Because I think a lot of what we're talking about is probably handled by service agreements, but like, if we had been informed up front, the like daily notification isn't gonna be necessary. But the upfront like conversation, we could be like, oh, hey, here's what this work is, and no, there's nobody on the team who's already doing this, or yes, there is, and why do we need to dispatch somebody else outside? And we have that conversation up front. And we don't need to be having the conversation every single day.
And that's like saying, hey, we're giving prior notice to you, the union, that we have elevator technicians on contract in case someone's stuck in an elevator. We don't want to be sending you guys an email because we need to get them out right away to
Great.
release them.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Shared interest.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, this is a great conversation. Does anyone else have questions? Awesome, thank you so much.
Yep, those are the articles we have from our talk.
Are we going to break right now?
What's left on our agenda?
We have 2.
Yeah, we have 2 more.
You have 19,
We have 19 and 10.
okay,
But we
and you
like,
wanted to put those at 3:30,
yes,
okay.
And we may be able to come back with 4 as well.
Okay,
But I think we're sticking to 3:30.
sounds good.
Yeah. Awesome.
I don't know what we'll have at the end of that break. We'll probably just kind of take stock of where we're at and continue to do work, but I don't know what we'll have at the end of that break, but.
Sure. Well, as the younger generation says, you do you, and thank you.
Yeah. No, that's not what they said.
and actually, you know, I'm gonna ask you to wait on here. No, I don't mind the bell. It lets us know when they're ready.
Everybody, welcome back.
Thanks. Welcome back.
I did look at it. But I actually am.
Okay. It's also worth saying,
Yeah.
It's also worth saying hi to our studio audience as well.
Yeah, thank you for coming, guys.
Welcome.
So I did add Article 19 for this year, but I'm gonna ask you to hold off on sharing it just yet. I'm not gonna pass out the contract language just yet. Article 19 deals with safety and health. We sent out prior to the beginning of our negotiation, we sent out a survey to our members and asked them what their priorities were for this bargaining session. And overwhelmingly, what we heard back were two things: compensation and safety. And so the conversation that we're about to enter into, I just kind of want to set the tone for it because I know this is going to be an architectural conversation. But I want to anchor it in our love for our students. More than anything, what we hear as union representatives is that our staff love our kids. They care about our children immensely, and that's why they're in the work that they're in. At the same time, we are overwhelmingly facing safety concerns in our job and our love for our students and the need to protect the safety and identity of our students makes those safety concerns very difficult to talk about. So what I want to give our staff today, what I feel like it's important to give our staff today is a platform to talk about these concerns openly. And again, with respect for and care for our students at the core of why we're having this conversation. We did some information requests last year, trying to get to the bottom of kind of how many staff are being injured on the job, because in full transparency, when I came on board as an exec board member last year, frankly, I was overwhelmed with the kind of report that I ended up doing. Bethany will back me up on this. I expected I would be doing a lot of representation of people who were getting, into arguments with their supervisor or getting in trouble on the job. And again, overwhelmingly, the rep work I'm doing, the kinds of calls that I'm having, conversations I'm having with our members, our staff who are getting hurt. Sometimes very badly injured on the job. These are not outliers. These are weekly, sometimes daily calls that Bethany and I have as union reps. This is a huge concern that needs to be addressed. So we put in an information request last year to kind of get to the bottom of how much is this happening? How many of our staff are ending up in worse complaints? And as of March of last year, we found that 50 classified staff were out on, or I'm sorry. Yeah, I believe that was the, I can look up the exact number. 50 staff were out on workers' comp, which was an increase from the prior year. That was just as of March, not through the end of the year. And I asked to try and delve into a little bit what was sending out classified staff at such an elevated rate compared to their licensed colleagues. There's only 13 licensed staff who had been out on workers' comp. And again, workers' comp is more than 3 days away from work. And it was primarily driven by our SEAs who are being injured. Also, when we polled our members, we asked them how many of them had been injured by students at work, and over 50% of our SEAs said that they had been injured by students at work that year. So it's a very serious issue that needs to be addressed. We have language in this article that addresses not only some of the safety concerns for our educational and special educational assistants, but our bargaining unit is large and we deal with a wide variety of work. And so there is language in here that addresses all kinds of safety concerns. And I'm going to give time to many members of our team to speak to some of those issues here today. So I'd like to open the floor and we're going to start at this end of the table. I'm going to open it up, starting with Jessica.
I didn't have anything prepared, but having worked as an FBA in an LMA, I can definitely attest to the fact that I've been injured, kicked, punched, scratched. I didn't always write incident reports for them because at the time it was my understanding that you would document those when there's something of such an extreme nature. So I think a lot of the daily kind of things till now have not really been reported. So I think that there's a lot of under reporting happening. So admin and these staff may not always see reports of that nature, but that doesn't mean it's not. Being admin support one, this is my 19th year. I've had situations where I've had chairs thrown at me while I was pregnant at the time. Having to sometimes support and rescue our SEAs who are being hit with fists by our current students, including even our subs that I immediately kind of intervene and get in the middle. Sometimes because of the communication or the relationship I have with the students, it stops. But yes, it does take some time for it to stop. I've had situations, most recently a few months ago, last school year, before the end of the school year, we have a lot of runners, lots of runners, and that includes kinder all the way to 6th grade. And again, as an admin support and as a parent myself, is immediately to run after the student for safety. So I'm not thinking about what will happen if I run after the student. My immediate is, I need to protect that child regardless. Because no one's gonna ask me, everybody's gonna ask, what were you doing when you saw the student? I waved at him. Absolutely not. My job is to protect our students. And so, ran out towards the student. We're talking busy road, Brookwood. I work out with Hazel. I was able to get a hold of the student. I was kicked multiple times on my knee. And this was a kindergartner. They're pretty tough. And dropped me immediately on the concrete, right on the road. So, and it took a while to get some support because my goal was immediately to get the student, make sure the student was safe. My phone is always on me. My phone is always on me because the minute I hear that door, we're looking who's running out the door, out he goes. So, it's just a multiple situations. Again, food, scratched, bitten. So it's been multiple over the 19 years and counting 19th year currently. And I see more and more of our students don't hesitate to hit us, attack us, regardless, because unfortunately, when we say, please don't do that, I don't care what you're gonna do. You're not gonna do nothing about it. Because in the past, we just meet with parents and then nothing really happens. And they're right. They can do it again and it's gonna be okay.
As a 10-year employee here at the Hillsborough School District, started out in middle school. That's where I saw most of the violence. As a result of working there, Peter was talking about chasing after students. I had to chase after a student, and I had to hurt my foot. I was out for about 6 months because of the injury. It's no joke out there. And every year, we take the safety care class, which has to be improved and has to be looked at, because a lot of the situations that they talk about are not the situations that we are facing. So therefore, that has to be talked about. And I also am guilty of not turning in incident reports, except when I broke my foot because I had to do it. But because we see no results. And the problem with that is we as SEA know that some of these children, bless their hearts, should not be in a program as such, but we are an inclusive school system that we lack a lot of the resources to keep not only the students safe, but the staff safe. And what I mean by that is we need more staff that deals with behavioral students, be it at every school. And our reports that are submitted aren't a joke. Those reports are very serious, but there's no feedback. I got very little feedback when I had my incident. What can we do differently, or this is what we're going to do. So when we speak of injuries, I can attest to that. I was happy when they moved me to the high school because a lot of those things dissipated, but it's still, now we have bigger students that can go off at any minute. You know, I've seen almost put in the wall. So what if that was somebody's face? And things thrown. Thank God none of the staff got hit, but this is what we deal with daily. And we're not here because we need to be here. We're here for the love of the students. But we're also here to know that those above us take us serious and just begin to do something, you know, and address these issues that are brought forth.
I have to apologize because I have a written statement instead of just speaking off because I am passionate about this. And I'm afraid if it's not written, I'll become unhinged. And you don't want that to happen. This is my 20th year working for Hillsborough School District. I started as a transportation assistant in the special need buses. I was there for 2 years. When I found out I could actually work in a classroom as a special need assistant, I was more than thrilled. I've always felt a great love for special needs children. My first job was with Matt Nova in the Nova program at Lennox Elementary School. It was challenging. However, I loved my job and I loved our students. I was lucky enough to follow Matt to middle school, where I have worked for 17 years. Every day going to work was a joy. I felt like I was making a difference in the lives of these students. About 7 years ago, things changed. Behaviors became more challenging. I can tell you with all honesty that my experiences are not isolated to me. Almost every special education assistant has their own story of when they felt less than safe in their job. I recognize the lack of safety is not singular to SEAs, but has become a challenging aspect in education. I would like to share with you some of my experiences working as a special education assistant in the Hillsborough School District. I have been bit, scratched. I've had my hair pulled. Recently, I had my ears pulled down to the top of the desk. I was sitting across from a student on the opposite side, supposedly the safest position. My ears were not only sore for quite a while, but they rang for a week. I've been hit with flying objects. I've been headbutted and have had feces thrown at me. In many cases, this isn't a once in a while occurrence, but it occurs every day and often several times a day. Several years ago, we had a student who had unpredictable escalation cycles. We were told we needed to wear ski caps to protect our heads as a chance of escape of his grasp if he were to try to grab us. This was on his BSP. Because of his volatility, he had to have his own PLE. Every day going to work was frightening. You never knew if this was the day that you would be the person who was hurt seriously. Several times I watched in horror as coworkers were literally being torn apart, and all I could do was try to help and support them without becoming the next to be injured. Needless to say, we all had PTSD. Going to work was stressful. There were times I was so filled with anxiety, especially on the weekends, knowing that Monday I was going to have to go back to work and go back into that situation. No one should be afraid to go to work. Last year, one of my coworkers was thrown across the room like a rag doll. She suffers from neck and back injuries. She is in constant pain to this day. She will never be the same, and she is now not currently able to work. Yes, the district provides us with safety care training. As necessary as this training is, in actuality, it is not a cure-all for every situation. My husband has a saying, the beauty of theory is no match for the ugliness of reality. I can honestly tell you, there have been times where we wondered if the people in the district office really care about the safety of their classified staff down in the trenches. Do you really know what's happening in our classrooms each day? Is the safety of your employees as important as the safety of your students? Last year, when a situation with a student escalated to the point where the environment was not safe, we were told by the district, we are working on it. Meanwhile, people were being in danger of being seriously hurt. If I can quote one of the SEAs working with the student, every day it's like playing Russian roulette. You never know when the bullet's going to go off. The reason I am here at the union bargaining team is because we were not getting safe solutions from the district. The union stepped in and literally saved us. Unfortunately, not soon enough to keep my dear friend from being injured. Not only did this incident affect the staff, but also traumatized the students who witnessed the incident. We love our students and know that many of them do not have emotional self-regulation skills. However, this does not negate the need for a safer environment for staff and students alike. We find we are managing more behaviors and providing less support for students who are in need of an adult in their inclusion classes. These students are being left behind. I know the answers to these challenges are as complex as the students we serve, but I am here to advocate for myself, my friends, my coworkers who have been injured, and students of all abilities. We need to have enough staff to meet the needs of every student. The students with challenging behaviors would benefit in a program that is best suited for their needs with staff who are able to support their behavior. We as SEAs and HSD staff who work with students feel we should feel safe and supported. This problem is larger than the students, larger than the classroom, and the staff, larger than the school. The only people who can make a change is you, the district.
I'd like to address some equipment issues that I feel would help improve safety. One is bike guards. I know some of the classrooms have bike guards. When we're on the bus, we have to buckle students in, and we have to get like literally in their personal space with our hands and arms and faces like right in their face. And some of the students who are nonverbal, sometimes they will bite to express frustration or pain or anger. It's not malicious, but when I asked for a bite card, I was told I could not have one without a note from the district nurse. And I just don't understand. I mean, it feels like not being supported when you ask for something simple like that. If you're bit on the arm when you have a bite guard on, it still hurts, but it prevents them from breaking the skin and potentially passing on bloodborne pathogens. And it seems like a simple request, and to be denied that equipment feels like being unsupported. Similarly, we've had staff in the transportation department slip on ice. A lot of the people in facilities and in transportation are the ones who have to go out and put down the ice melt, you know, come in early in the morning, put that stuff down. There are ice crampons that go on the outside of your shoe that could be provided by the district, not to every employee, but at least have them available for people who do overnight trips like to Bend, where they might be putting chains on the bus in the snow, or people who are spreading the ice melt. Similarly, N95 masks, which were all familiar with from the pandemic, can be a really helpful piece of equipment for when the air is unhealthful. I looked at the DEQ Air Quality Index annual reports. In particular, probably everyone remembers September of 2020 when the sky was literally orange. We were at that time not working in schools, we were delivering food as part of transportation services. And we were required to go to work on a day when the air quality index was over 300. So that is, the old air quality scales only went up to 300 because there had never been an event where it was over 300 before. They had to adjust the air quality standards to say 300 plus is hazardous, do not go outside. And yet we were told to report to work. And children were going out to the corner to pick up food in this orange air, and N95 masks would have helped for staff. I'm not sure that it would have helped for the students. So sometimes if the air quality is below 300, people may need those N95 masks to protect their lungs while they're at work, especially people who work outside. So those are just some of the equipment needs that we're asking for. And then I also, I don't know if it's even in this article, but staff should not be filling out accident and injury reports during their break or lunch. I've been told over and over that people are being told, we don't have money for extended contract. You have to fill out that student that injured you, you have to fill out that incident report on your break because we don't have any money for extended contract and we don't have any coverage for you. So get back in the classroom with that student who just injured you, and then on your break, then you can fill out the incident report.
We're gonna switch the order for the end here. Since safety might matter a little bit to TJ. Line of work, okay. On a more serious note, my first year as an SEA was very eye-opening. I was able to support amazing students in small groups, but I learned pretty quickly on that new job that students have a scatter plot and a spectrum of coping strategies and self-regulation skills, like Margaret was mentioning. As such, I began to experience and witness a range of behaviors from students, from tug lanyards and clawed arms to, my team and I getting kicked in the shins repeatedly by the same student every day. He was in a parallel learning environment, and if you covered for a break, then he was, equally dissatisfied with the replacement person that came in the room and needed to let you know right away that those things were happening. And then the more escalated behaviors, such as room clears, I was supporting the student that sent the primary class on nature walks pretty much 2 or 3 times a week. And I was the one to stay with the one that was tossing furniture and damaging physical property. And I had to use all that safety care training to the best of my ability and my instincts to simply stay one step ahead of that very small person's very big feeling. I never filled out an incident report until I was basically a one-on-one in a parallel learning environment with a student who became angry enough that we no longer have gravel at my campus, but there was gravel and he was like a video game character, just throwing it, and I just backed up as far as I could and he would just throw it further, and I was pummeled with gravel. And that was where I decided the long and prohibitive reporting form, it was time to fill it out. It was time to do that work to indicate that I had been hurt. But all of those other things just sort of felt like this is just Tuesday. When you're working with kids that have struggled and spin out physically on the regular, you just start to go, okay, I go to work, I get my hair pulled, I go to work, I very well could be bitten today. And that just becomes normal, and that really should not be normalized or acceptable for a long-term, I would use, Nathaniel's word, as a chronic thing. Kids have always struggled. We've always had a hard time, in classrooms. There's always been one kid who has a hard time, but I feel like at many of our campuses, from what I've heard from those who have been able to be in conversation with me and for those that are at my site, it can happen every class, every hour, all day long, and there just aren't enough admin or counselors or support staff to put out all those fires effectively. And then I also just wanted to mention that we really do our very best to be thorough about reporting about every student injury. And sometimes the things that happen to us as staff are put on a student report, but there's not really a way to get those smaller things, the claw scratches, the possible like rug burn, or, there have been so many things I've experienced and fielded information about. And a lot of people do come to my library to bring out the struggle sponge because it is persistent, it is prevalent, and it is painful, even if you don't have those escalated smashed windows and if they throw a chair and it almost hits you, it really does affect your level of steadiness that you can offer to the next batch of students that comes your way. So I just wanted to mention that neighborhood schools is a beautiful thing, and I know the whole district hasn't adopted that, but we just had the training we had before that was adopted as a beautiful way of including folks in, and then all of our SPED team has been spread very thin in order to make that work, and teachers are feeling it too. So we want to support our teachers, we want to support these students, but if we're terribly off balance, it is really hard to do that. And I will say to Margaret's comment that it's often SEAs, that's the proximity piece, but definitely in our libraries, we have seen a lot of escalated behavior. I've definitely still been hit, scratched, and had my lanyard tucked to the point that I now wear my badge at my waist because I don't mind getting tucked that way. I don't want my head to be pulled down when I'm not expecting that. So I thank you for hearing those thoughts that I have.
So, I don't know if I can have some of these, but, I joined this bargaining team because I want to make this district safer for staff and staff and students. Students can't learn if they're not safe. And so I'm fighting for everybody here, but at the same time, I work with a small group of people. There is 15 campus monitors across the district and 2 night patrol security officers across the district. And I'm going to separate those two for a minute. Your campus monitors, they are frustrated because they can't do their job without support from that. They get in, not really trouble, but they get, their job is to keep the campus safe, check doors, check parking lots, site surveys of their location, make sure everything's safe, in order for students and staff. They do de-escalation when fights arise, but the district is hands off, so it's really hard for these campus monitors to intervene when you have 2 kids that are 200 pounds apiece going there on top of each other. And when they do intervene, they get reprimanded in a way. And so they're frustrated that there's no support from admin. They're frustrated that they're doing the simple task of students to the bathroom. What happens if there's a student at the other end of the building opening a door for another student? So now you got easy access for students to go in and but they're there to enforce official policies, de-escalation techniques, and they need structure. Campus monitors, I know there's a new one right now at a middle school. He told me he has no idea what he's supposed to do. Nobody's trained him. They just put him in and said, here you go. Here's your office. And that's the only training he got. And it's really disappointing knowing that we have 1 campus monitor for 750 students at Liberty High School, 292,000 square feet. You have 3 campus monitors that are responsible. mainly for the safety of everybody in there. And it can't be done. So campus bonders, they work at, for people who don't know, they're primary at one location, high schools and middle schools. And they're there with all the other staff members during the daytime. So they do have support when needed from staff to intervene on fights or, you know, fire drills and things of that nature. So now I'm gonna switch over to patrol monitors. Patrol monitors is another different breed that is new to the district. I mean, we've been around for 7 years, but I bet you half the district does not know that we exist. And in this article, there's quite a few things that are being requested for, mainly patrol monitors due to the different type of incidents that we respond with. We don't just respond with student contact. We work 7 at night till 5:30 in the morning. We interact with students, adults, unhoused individuals, people suffering mental health issues, people with addictions to different substances out there. And so there's a few things in this article that I specifically wanted in there. And I'm also gonna pass out some pictures. And my team won't get them because I didn't use on paper. But once everybody gets them, I want to explain to you, this is what a patrol monitor will deal with at night. And they're hard to see, so I'll explain it the best I can. Like I said, we deal with all the fire alarms, burglar alarms, trespasser, anything and everything that happens after 7 o'clock at night. Could be as simple as shutting the door to arm the burglary system. It looks like we're getting around. That first picture that you have, this is one of our patrol monitors dealt with. These are 4 individuals at one of our locations. They're unhoused, and they were passing back and forth a metal glass or a glass pipe, which we suspected was either fentanyl or something of that nature. So that's one thing that we have to deal with on a nightly basis. That second picture is an open door. It's a little nervous when you're responding to an open door at 3 in the morning and you have no clue why that door is open. It could be something as simple as a wind, or it could be somebody's inside. I had 3 people inside Verona Elementary a couple of years ago, taking a bunch of projectors and everything. And so it's a little eerie responding to something like that. That fourth picture, this is a common thing we respond to, is suspicious vehicles. We have no idea what's going on in that car, and some nights I'm like, I'm not approaching that, that's too suspicious. I'm not. This picture that actually has me in it. This was a burglary call about 2 years ago at an elementary school. I got called at 3 in the morning for a burglary through a roof hatch. And I got there, and I saw on our cameras that there was 3 individuals on the property. And so I'm checking the property, checking doors, and all of a sudden this guy right here takes off running, luckily. But if you look at the picture, it might be hard to see, but he's sitting there with his fists clenched and ready to go if he needed to. And when I look at that, I get, it makes me a little sick. All right, the last 2 pictures. These are items that have been found at schools. One was a high school, and the last page was found at an elementary school. And these all happened between 7 and 5 in the morning. That one at the elementary school, luckily everything was contained and nothing came about it regarding the school safety. Police were notified and the subject was located and everything. But I just want to let you guys know that this is what we interact with and what we do with working at night. And we're by ourselves. We have a radio that we can talk to county dispatch, and we have some gear. We carry batons, we carry mace, and we wear a ballistic vest. And I kind of laughed, sad to laugh, but a couple months ago, I was at a gas station getting a drink while I was working, and I had this clerk just looking at me, and he's checking me out up and down. And I finally like, all right, what's going on, buddy? And he's like, well, I think it's funny that They know there's a possibility that you could get shot, so they put you in a vest. But they don't give you any other way to protect yourself. And he's like, it's a sad world we live in. Just doing my job. And that really hit me because he's right. It's like I could easily go to work and get shot. I mean, anybody can really. But working by yourself, it's a different world out there. Right? Society's not as nice as it was when I started 7 years. So that's all I have.
Jay, I don't know that you made it clear the last 2 pages were done, so.
Yeah.
We just have the last 2 pages.
Yes. Fire.
Thank you, Maureen, for sharing your stories. I'm gonna send around our language now and hand it to them. Proposal here. All right, so. I'm gonna start, so in A1. We have a change to immediate supervisor, and then, in A2, we have an addition. If an employee reasonably believes that the performance of work may result in physical harm, they may decline to perform the work until such a time as their immediate supervisor has taken sufficient steps to ensure worker safety. I just want to call back to something that Margaret said when she was sharing her story, which was that when she and her coworkers were at risk of harm, the district said that they were working on it. And while they were working on it, which took some time, one of her colleagues was catastrophically injured on the job. And so A2 is meant to protect that exact scenario, which we know that sometimes solutions take time, but while those solutions are taking time, our workers are sometimes at significant risk. And A3, supervisors shall consult with the site safety committee or appropriate district personnel to discuss and identify solutions to employee safety concerns, which include but are not limited to additional staff training, additional staff support or resources, and the identification of a safe place to appropriately support students during behavior escalation cycles. We felt that language was more appropriate with our current district language that we're using. It's worth noting that this is like a complete redesign of how this article was originally formatted. We've added a lot of stuff, moved the current language around quite significantly. So B has been changed, I believe. I don't have the original in front of me, but is now heat and air quality. And under B, the district shall develop comprehensive plans to address air quality and heat related concerns at each work site in accordance with Oregon law. These plans shall be shared with the union by May 1st of each year for the following district work year. The district shall notify the union within 24 hours when a heat or air quality event occurs, and plans must be implemented. Communication between parties shall be ongoing throughout the duration of the event. And then under B1, the district shall provide and maintain air purifiers year-round in all classrooms and communal work areas. B2, the district shall provide annual access to Oregon OSHA's wildfire smoke training course in both English and Spanish via Safe School. I think it's worth notifying here, we had a conversation about whether this would be required or optional, and we determined that this would be an optional training, but we'd like staff to have access to this. B3, per Oregon law, the district shall monitor air quality during active air quality events, notify staff of potential hazardous exposure, and provide OSHA-approved respirators for staff who will be exposed to potential hazards. C, safety glasses. Our change here, per Occupational Safety and Health Association guidelines, any employee working with hazardous equipment, chemicals, or biohazards will be provided with OSHA-approved non-breakable safety glasses. Previously, it just had maintenance personnel and mechanics called out here, but there are other staff who might be working with hazardous equipment, chemicals, or biohazards. Under D1, it's slightly expanding the amount of paid time that employees would have to conduct a physical examination, to travel to and from and conduct a physical examination. And then in E, we had some discussion about the availability of access to the first aid and CPR training. It sounds like there has been some struggle with access to that. So part of this here is just adding in that first aid and CPR. Because I think prior to this, it just said first aid here. So in E1 and 2, we've added CPR. And then in E3, we have first aid / CPR training shall be offered by HSD at least once per month. And then in E4, if an employee is required to complete first aid / CPR training and such training is not available through the district in the time frame needed, the employee shall be permitted to seek training through the American Red Cross or American Heart Association without loss of pay or benefits, and all costs incurred from such training shall be reimbursed by the district. No pause. Are there any questions thus far?
I don't, but our team does. I encourage you guys to look for me.
Under F, additional training, employees shall be permitted to sign up for or request additional health and safety training pertaining to their job duties. Hopefully that's a shared interest there. In G, this is previous language. In the event that the district sponsors a smoking cessation program, employees may participate at no cost. Previously it said one time at no cost. We've removed the one time. In H, under property loss, upon request, the district shall provide a locked cupboard cabinet. And it previously said or drawer for employees' personal effects. We've added or locker. I understand in the transportation department, there are lockers provided for employees. So we just wanted to capture that from practice. In I, we've added in I3, the district will provide appropriate rain and or inclement weather gear for employees who work outside. So we were thinking here of our recess aides who would be working in rain or sometimes other very cold, icy, potentially weather. Or potentially some of the situations that Tiffany mentioned. In I4, the district shall maintain a supply of personal protective equipment in all sizes to protect staff in the event of escalated student behavior. PPE shall include but not be limited to bite sleeves, protective mats, face shields, shin guards, gloves, and bite jackets. This equipment shall be stored centrally, restocked as needed, and distributed to work sites upon request. Thank you. Well, thank you. Yeah, we're done a little bit. We're done in E5. Employees shall direct requests for safety equipment related to their assignment, work environment, or personal protective equipment for student-related contact to their immediate supervisor. Their immediate supervisor shall have one work day to approve or deny the request. If the request is denied by the immediate supervisor, employees may appeal to the district risk manager or appropriate district level administrator. The district level administrator shall have 2 work days to approve or deny the request. And then in 5A, employees whose requests for personal protective equipment are approved shall receive equipment within 2 work days, except in the case of unique equipment requiring a specialty purpose. And then in B, employees asked to perform tasks without proper PPE may decline to perform such tasks until equipment has been provided. So our thought process here is in a situation like Tiffany's where she's identified, I need a bite sleeve to work with this student. And I request one. And until I receive one to work with this student, I may not be able to perform the task. And we chose these specific timelines because this would reasonably work with our courier routes. So, but we'd be open to further discussion if there's a more expedient way to get equipment out to our staff. We would definitely be open to that. In J, in accordance with Oregon law, all employees working directly with students shall be consulted when education plans for students are being developed, reviewed, or revised, including being invited to and compensated for attending meetings regarding behavior support plans, individualized education plans, and 504 plans. Additionally, all employees working directly with students shall have access to relevant information from their BSPs, IEPs, and 504 plans, as well as pertinent information from any health management protocol. We've talked about this several times. We're adding it throughout the contract anywhere it applies. In K, we have student and staff incident reporting. K1, all employees shall receive annual training on the staff and student incident reporting system for reporting injuries. 2, employees trained in the district's ODE approved training program for preventing restraint and seclusion shall receive annual training on the incident reporting system for student restraint / seclusion. 3, employees will fill out incident reports for incidents they directly witnessed or were involved in. Staff shall not, as a third party, fill out incident reports on behalf of other staff members. I want to stop here. One thing that we hear from classified staff regularly is that other staff members are filling out incident reports on their behalf. Licensed staff, sometimes incidents that they did not directly witness or were not involved in. We want to make sure that classified staff are filling out their own incident reports when they're involved in incidents so that that data is tracked accurately. 4, when an employee fills out an incident report due to a staff or student injury or a student restraint / seclusion, that employee shall be relieved of other duties for up to 30 minutes in order to complete said report. When possible, all incident reports must be completed during contract hours. Employees who cannot complete reports during their daily contract hours shall receive up to 30 minutes of extended contract to complete an incident. Immediate supervisor approval is required if more than 30 minutes. And then it seems like we moved from C to 5. I'm not sure why that happened. Oh, no, they're different. Oh, I see. Okay, it makes sense. I just flipped the page. I got confused. All right. 5. The district shall create a short form to track staff injuries not requiring medical care. So I think what we're really trying to capture here, as you heard many of my colleagues speak about, that when injuries become a daily part of your work and there's no outlet to speak about those or track those, nothing happens to make that better. We need some data showing that this is a regular part of our work. And how can we improve it? We need a form to track this so that we can address it as an issue. 6, the district shall provide a monthly report to the union, including the number of incident reports or short form reports filed and the locations of each incident and basic description of the incident and how many of these incidents were reported to OSHA. And then we kind of give an example. So like, we're looking for broad categories here. We're not looking to provide any we want the disaggregated data. So we're not looking to see personally identifying student data, but are these student injuries, staff injuries? We're breaking out some different categories here. Section L, this is on injury or trauma due to student behavior escalation cycles. This came up earlier today under our leaves article. L1, when a bargaining unit employee is directly impacted by a student's behavior escalation cycle, that staff member shall be given up to 30 minutes of time in a safe, quiet space to recover. This time shall not be considered a regular scheduled rest or meal break and shall not be used to fill out an incident report. Additional time shall be allotted to complete an incident report per K4. Or L2, if as a result of the escalation cycle, the bargaining unit employee is physically harmed or otherwise unable to perform their duties, the employee will be on paid emergency leave and shall suffer no loss of pay or benefits for the remainder of the day. And L3, if an employee is unable to return to work the day immediately following a student behavior escalation cycle related injury or trauma, the employee shall be on paid emergency leave and suffer no loss of pay or benefits for up to 3 work days. And the 3 work days there is intended to bridge the gap between between workers' compensation. So as I mentioned earlier, there's a much larger number of classified staff who are accessing workers' comp than any other job category in our district. And that is lost wages currently for staff.
Can I ask you
So,
a question on that?
yeah,
Does number 4 assume that, or I'm sorry, number 3, assume that they've submitted a workers' comp claim? Because I hear you tying it back to that waiting period for workers' comp. So are we assuming in that instance that a workers' comp claim has been?
No, it does not assume that, but it is designed to bridge that gap, but it doesn't assume that.
yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Employees shall receive paid contract time to debrief student escalation cycles with their team. If a debrief cannot happen during regular contract hours, employees shall be offered extended contract time to debrief with their team. One thing we've heard from staff is that they don't often get the opportunity to debrief with their case managers. I'm seeing people shaking their heads in the room here. And so they're involved in a restraint or a seclusion. They personally are, and their case manager maybe may not even witness the situation. And then they go home and they never get the opportunity to debrief with the case manager about what happened. And what can go differently or be better next time. And that's so important for them. So they need to be included in that so that they know what to do next time. L5. After an event during which an employee suffers an injury as a result of a student behavior escalation cycle, the employee shall not be required to work with the individual who caused the injury until such time as the employee and the immediate supervisor have met and conferred. The employee may have union representation with them at the meeting. L6, if personal property damage occurs during a student escalation cycle, the district shall reimburse employees for personal property loss up to $1,000. So another thing we heard from staff is like, clothes are getting torn, our watch is getting broken regularly, and as a result of student escalation cycles. And so whose responsibility is it for that property loss? Moving on to M1, this is about healthcare and nursing tasks. So I'm gonna read the whole thing. This is original contract language. Employees who are assigned healthcare/nursing tasks shall receive advanced training and periodic monitoring in accordance with the requirements of the Oregon State Board of Nursing and any other related governing bodies. So our addition here is M1. Are we still scrolling through the article? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's a little bit. There we go.
And if you're tracking from original contract language, this was original B.
No, yeah. M1, employees who are assigned healthcare nursing tasks shall receive advanced training at least 24 hours prior to executing such tasks in accordance with the requirements of the Oregon State Board of Nursing and any other related governing bodies. Such training shall be documented in writing. So we want to make sure that staff have advanced training before they're being asked to do something. Employees who have previously received training in specific medical tasks may request and shall receive a refresher course before being assigned to perform such tasks. So making sure that if a student gets added to somebody's caseload and their training was maybe a long time ago for that specific task, that they can be retrained. Employees asked to perform healthcare or nursing tasks for which they have not been trained may decline to perform such tasks until properly. And Hannah, we're moving on to N.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When you say, to employees who have previously received training in specific medical tasks, may request and shall receive a refresher course. And you mentioned if they received it a year ago. Is there a time limit that we're talking about, a refresher? Because if I had at the beginning of the year a training, does that qualify for asking for a refresher or not, or is there a time?
That's a great question, and we didn't put something in there because we felt like it would depend on the type of task. Like, for example, an EpiPen training should be good for a while. I probably don't need a refresher on that for a while, but there are other more complicated tasks where, you know, I might have had a training on that a month ago, but if I'm getting a student tomorrow and it's a very complex task, I might want a training, I might want a refresher because I want to make sure I'm getting it right. And so we didn't put a specific timeline in there. But if you want to offer a counter proposal that includes a timeline, I think we'd be open to discussion on that.
I'm thinking about a timeline, or is it just based on the request of the staff?
Yeah, the intention is giving agency to the member to say, you know what, you're assigning something to me that I need a little refresher on how to do this before I do it. We want to make sure that our members are put in a position to succeed, and we don't want our members put in a position to be assigned something they may have received training on, but they're not comfortable doing because they want to brush up on that.
Can probably help with that. In the past, I would do, I took care of 2 students who were diabetic, 1 and 2. And so it was always great. Our nurse back at the time would always be like, hey, how we doing? Let's walk through this. So just knowing that somebody's there to, you know, be able to help you versus I don't have the time for it. Not that it's ever happened to me personally, but just having somebody that you can come to, or somebody can come to you and say, hey, I know what you're doing. How can I help you? Let's walk through this. Currently I'm tube feeding a student. And so it's great that somebody comes and is like, hey, Alex, you know, how are we doing? Jeremy, by the way, who's fantastic, came in at the beginning of the year and said, hey, let me just take a few minutes and let's go over the refresher so we can better support our student. So just knowing you have somebody there to help you, that never in my mind came across like, oh, it's probably a good idea to get that refresher because the last time I did it was in June and now, you know, we got to move forward with August. So just having somebody open, available to help you, I think it really helps and we feel supported. I feel supported. Thank you.
And then for N and O, I'm gonna kick it over to TJ. He is our expert.
Tells me. Somebody prevent this little different. And an after-hour safety plan will be developed and implemented in each building by the principal or supervisor with the input of employees on swing or night shift. The after-hour safety plan shall be updated annually and shared with public safety office and custodial staff in the shared Google Drive. So I'm gonna read this real quick, but I just want to touch on it real quick. 1 per ORS 181A.840, only individuals with certificate of private security executive manager issued by the Oregon Department of Public Safety Standards and Training shall hire, supervise, or terminate a private security professional. The private security executive manager of security services may choose a designee to train or provide resources for private security professional. And I just want to touch on this. I've been around the district since 2015 as a campus monitor and now as a patrol manager. As of right now, in the last 10 years, 12 years, our campus monitors that we have at schools don't have an executive one. The principals hire them, which is technically against the ORS policy guidelines. They receive no training, which is also should be received by the security service manager. And we brought it to the attention many times to the district, and we've been told that we'd rather pay the fine. If we get a fine, let's say the initial is $1,500 a day and $1,000 a day for any additional days, that you're working security without a executive manager in charge of the people. Public safety manager currently, she's in charge of giving campus monitors training, but when it comes down to day-to-day operations, she has no say. She has no say regarding hiring. Just recently, she started, has been being invited to hiring. But in the last, like I said, 10, 12 years, these guys have had no direction except for our admin who, as far as I know, not too many admin go to the training to learn about security and executive. So that's a real big issue, and it's been an issue for a long time for all the campus monitors and the whole security department. I mean, we've been trying to get them underneath us for a while, 5 years. We've been told that the district doesn't do it for this. So that's all I have to say on that one. Move on to number 2. All newly hired campus monitors and security patrol monitors will be trained by the manager of security services or designee. All required training shall be provided and paid for by the district during contract hours. All campus monitors and security patrol monitors will receive regular training support to support the essential functions of their job description. The district will require all campus monitors and security patrol monitors to obtain a minimum of temporary unarmed security professional certification prior to beginning work at their site location. Required courses for campus monitor and security patrol monitors shall include. And if you have any questions, please stop. District Public Safety Incident Report Writing System. De-escalation training should be done annually. Safety care should be done annually. Private security recertification, that's something we have to do every other year to keep in good standing with the state of Oregon. Protective tactics training, it's been requested. First aid and stop the bleed training. CPR and AED training. Mental health first aid training. Narcan administration training and threat assessment training. In addition to the above training, required courses for security patrol monitors shall include OC spray certification, which is a concurrent tool, OC spray remedial training annually, TASER certification, TASER recertification. Expandable baton training is also a current tool. Protective tactics training and law enforcement data system. Number 4, security patrol monitor and campus training shall be provided at least 1 hour uninterrupted non-student contact time per day to input documentation for all safety and security concerns into the district's public safety incident report system. The immediate supervisor may approve extended contract to complete documentation if additional time is needed. 5, the district will provide appropriate uniforms for bargaining unit employees of the public safety office and campus security, including 3 pairs of cargo pants and 4 polo shirts with campus safety lettering. 6, security patrol monitors shall be required to wear district designated district provided attire uniforms and public safety personnel safety equipment as deemed necessary by the manager of security services. External ballistic vests for protection and carrying equipment will be provided by the district. 7, security patrol monitors will be offered up to but no more than $150 per school year to be reimbursed by the district for the purchase of district approved black footwear. The footwear allowance will be paid to regular full-time employees, including employees in their probationary period. The employee must submit a receipt to
Probably want to change probationary to initial hire.
Yes.
Might have started work on this before we did.
Any questions?
I don't have any, I mean, and this kind of goes for the whole article. I don't know that I have any right now. I mean, I think there's a lot of material here that, you know, we'll probably go through and talk about as a team and kind of, you know, trying to be mindful of the time that we have left today. And I know you have an article still to present, so.
Yeah, we do.
I think we will have questions after we've had a chance to have some conversation about it. So I appreciate your group sharing their experiences. I mean, you know, we always like to hear from employees and we like to hear from your bargaining team about kind of the context for an article. So I appreciate that. So we will likely have questions when we come back together on this.
Thank you. Yeah, we're happy to have a conversation. We understand there's a lot in there. And we appreciate you listening today and listening to not just our experiences, but how those experiences have shaped the intent for that article.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Passing around Article 10, compensation. A few things I need to say before getting into the nuts and bolts of this. A lot of times as we talk about compensation, it's easy for us to just be framing this around the numbers. We understand that you have a budget. We understand that there are budgetary constraints, but there's a very real human impact to those numbers. And I think we've illustrated some of that human impact today around what our members do. We know that when you go to craft a budget, you are kind of in between a rock and a hard place sometimes. And that hard place is budgetary constraints and the money that is coming from the Oregon legislature. But to be clear, the rock is your classified staff. The rock is the classified who you built as the foundation of who operate the school district. Everything from nutrition services to transportation to support for students in the classroom. And so it's really important as we go through compensation to understand that your classified staff don't do this work for love of money. They do this work for love of the students and to put our community and our students in a position to succeed. During the course of the current contract from 2021 to 2024, cumulative inflation has been 15.9%. And during the course of that contract, our COLAs have been 10%. That was 4%, 3%, 3%, which has put our members 5.9% behind. Essentially now, at the end of this contract, our members are have nearly lost 6% of their purchasing power. And that is based on an inflationary number that is a national average. And it's worth mentioning that when we go looking at the MIT living wage data, this region and this market, more expensive to live in than others. We certainly appreciate the economic information you presented to us. We had some really hard conversations. We wanted to come back to you with a compensation proposal that at least began to catch our members up from the increase of the cost of living and inflation that we've been experiencing over the course of this contract, but also recognize the budgetary constraints that you're under as well. So we are proposing in the first year of this contract, a 5% COLA. In the second year, a 6.5% cost of living adjustment.
Right. Hannah, are you able to present this? No? Want to make sure.
I'm gonna-
Online can see.
I'm gonna give technology a minute. We got to, thank you, Hannah. Appreciate that. Again, in the first year of the contract, 5% cost of living adjustment, the second year, 6.5%, and in the third year, 8%. Why have we structured it like this? We understand that the budget that you have right now might be more difficult for you to make big adjustments to. Planning for the future may be easier for you. And so that's why we're going 5, 6.5, and 8%. We would love to have front loaded some of this. We feel like that would be much more challenging for you to figure out how to do. But again, we're looking to catch up to an economic situation that no one in this room created. In A2, this is a longevity stipends. We're proposing that employees with 10 or more years of service in the district receive a $600 bonus at the completion of each school year as a longevity stipend. This is structured just a little bit differently from the way it's been structured previously. I'll stop and see if you have any questions so far.
I did notice that you struck the word consecutive out of the stipend language. Does that mean if someone works here for a while and they come back, we have to look at all of the years of service, even if there's a break?
I believe it would, yes.
I can quickly answer that. We talked about how sometimes after a leave of absence or some kind of FMLA thing, there might be a situation in which someone would need to be gone beyond an approved leave. But if they work for 6 years, were gone for 2, came back for the other amount of years, like it's the loyalty to the district that would make the bigger.
Yeah, and we're certainly willing to have a discussion around how that's structured, and if that causes, you know, real pains, we're willing to hear about it and have that conversation. In C, we're proposing C1, employees not on the highest step of their respective salary schedule shall advance to the next step on July 1st of each year. In D, these overtime, D1, we're adding the language approved union release as defined by the law and personal days, so that in addition to vacation hours, those would be counted as hours worked in the event that the employer required overtime in the same week. D2, in lieu of pay, compensatory time off at the overtime rate may be offered to the employee. However, no more than, we're looking for a change from 40 to 80 hours of compensatory time it may be accrued. And if more than 80 hours accrues, that time shall be paid at the overtime rate by the end of the next calendar month. We're striking the following language, that the time off must be granted by the end of the next calendar month in which the overtime was worked, unless mutually agreed otherwise in writing by the district and the employee. We feel like those acrobatics are unnecessary.
Yeah, it seems like a financial benefit to the district to offer the comp time that workers can take instead of to have it be paid out. But having it need to be used within a month makes it almost impossible. Having spoken to the workers who actually usually are accruing this time, they're saying like, I'm working so much, and at the time when I'd actually be able to use this comp time, like I'm never able to use it because I have to, like, I accrue it and then I have to immediately use it, and it just doesn't work out that way. So it ends up being paid out, but they would really rather be able to save it and use it later to spend time with their families. So that seems like a potentially a shared interest.
Thank you. In D3, we kind of talked about this a little bit. What happens if you get into overtime status twice? You know, if you do the basic multiplication, it should be 2.25 times. We're not proposing that. We're proposing if an employee is already in a status compensated at the rate of time and 1/2, and they then enter a second status compensated at the rate of time and 1/2, which would include but not be limited to callback or working in an emergency closure. The employee shall be compensated at the rate of double. Make the math a little bit easier and also get clarity. We don't think that that's a lot of scenarios, but there definitely could be scenarios where that does indeed happen. In E, after hours work, in E1, which is regards voluntary on-call, we are proposing that employees who volunteer to be on a rotating on-call list shall earn, instead of 8 hours of compensatory time or an equivalent amount of pay at the discretion of the supervisor. The rest of that is status quo language. In callback there, we are changing the rate of time and 1/2 to the applicable overtime rate, just because our proposal might mean that the rate should be 2 times if they're overlapping overtime rates. In 3, callback, we're just changing the word paid to compensated, and again, applicable overtime rate. In 4, we're changing received to be compensated for. F is status quo language. G, which governs differential. We are proposing that night shift workers receive a differential that currently is 60 cents, goes up to $1.50 per hour over the regular hourly rate for their position. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. And in swing shift, we're proposing an increase from 20 to 50 cents per hour for all work performed during that shift. Thank you. We're also proposing new language under G differential and G3 weekend shift. Employees who are regularly scheduled to work during the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, shall receive an additional 50 cents per hour for all work performed during weekend shifts. In age salary placement, there's quite a bit in here. And so I'll say, you came to us with a really interesting proposal, changing the initial placement at higher, and then creating a kind of appeal system for our members who have been around a while to get replaced correctly on the scale based on that initial higher language. We're willing to kind of have that conversation and go down that path with you. We appreciate your proposal. In our counter, we want to do a few things. The first one, in salary placement on 1, we're going down that path again, moving from 2 years to get 1 step of credit to 1 year. We've added the word additional here. We want to make clear, and there's been some amount of work on this, where if folks are going to get credit on the schedule, every step of credit they get should be in addition to step 1. So in the previous calculation, if you have 2 years of experience, that means you're going to get 1 step. You should end up at step 2, which would be 1 step in addition to step 1. Those 2 years of experience can't grant you step 1 when someone with no experience would come in at step 1. Similarly, under your new proposal, having 1 year of experience getting you a step should give you an additional step. So 1 year of experience would put you at step 2. We've struck some language here. around the maximum and the need for you to inform the union about people placed on step 5 or above. So then we put your language here around the ability to, within 60 days from the date of ratification of the agreement, submit an appeal. And we've got this kind of new framework that we think will kind of do that. It goes down that path, but it makes it gives us a mechanism for this. So bargaining unit members who are not at the top of the salary schedule may submit an appeal to Human Resources if they believe they would have been eligible for a higher initial placement if the above language had been in effect when they were hired. That is kind of in keeping with what you had proposed. 2A, upon contract ratification, the district shall publish clear guidelines for the proof of experience that is required to submit an appeal. This does not require you have any specific guidelines, but that you publish the guidelines that you're going to use. In 2B, employees shall have 120 workdays following contract ratification to submit an appeal. Employees on a leave of absence shall have 120 workdays following their return to submit an appeal. We don't want any of our members to miss out because they're on a leave. In 2C, the employee shall have the responsibility of providing proof of experience. 2D, all appeals shall be reviewed and processed within 90 days following the receipt of the appeal. 2E, the employee and the union shall be notified of the decision regarding the appeal. 2F, if approved, any adjustment in salary shall be effective retroactive to the date of the initial appeal. To continue in 3, employees who would be eligible for higher placement in their current position, if hired today under the above language, will be automatically advanced to the appropriate step by the district. I'll pause there and see if you have questions.
I'm confused by that 3, and did they file an appeal?
Because there are employees, for example, I'm thinking of our custodial staff who have a level of experience, and if they were hired right now and presented to you an application with their current experience in district experience, would be hired at a higher step on the wage scale than they currently are.
Yeah,
For example.
I get that. Like, whose responsibility is it to come forward and say, I think I should be on a higher step given this new language?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we do think there's a subset of our members who are going to say, oh, definitely, and I'll submit an appeal.
Right.
But then we think there's a subset of our members where you already know that they would be placed higher. And if that's the case, they should just be automatically advanced.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have to go through an appeals process to prove what you already know. And so, and what's interesting about this is, like, we don't necessarily know what you already know, but you do have some stuff on file already, right? About what people, how they were initially hired, and what information you had about them, right? Earlier in this proposal, in an appeal, we're proposing the employee shall have the responsibility of providing proof of experience. But if you already know, and you want to avoid we would like to avoid a ton of appeals, and that's going to be a lot of time, right? You acknowledge when you gave us your proposal that this is a little bit of a Pandora's box.
Yeah.
Certainly we think that if you were to review the information you already have and you find there's a slate of members, you can just automatically advance based on the new language. You should just do so.
I don't disagree with that concept. I think we had presented it as an employee bringing that forward, because the alternative would be a hand review of every personnel file, potentially of a bargaining unit member in the district, right? I mean, in order to make sure we were in compliance with, like, we had to be initiating it, like, unless Ray's like, hey, I know I hired somebody last month and that person had, 10 years of experience. That one's easy, but we're trying to stay out of the deal where we're going to go back and hand review all files. So I think we're going to just try to find kind of our sweet spot there.
Yeah, that might take a little bit of conversation
Yeah.
and figuring out, yeah, it's our intention there to prevent work.
Yeah, you're trying to streamline it where
Yeah.
possible to get it, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Well, we'll give that some thought too. I mean, it largely is same theory of what we were bringing forward here, what you created here, just with more structure to it, you know.
There are some folks who structurally might not require a review of their individual files. But through the years, because of frozen steps potentially. What we want to, so there are some folks who's just structurally, you might just be able to advance given that language. We wanted to allow for that. I think allow more than require, really, if that helps. But we certainly want to prevent a situation where new folks are getting hired at a higher step level than existing classified members who have as much or more experience, right?
Yeah.
Which was kind of the intention of your.
Yeah, we have the same interest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll just be working out the details of it. I don't think we have a different interest there.
Yeah, and certainly, yeah, we'll keep having this conversation, I'm sure. Yeah. You can at this point go all the way to, well, in K, workers' compensation, I think we splayed that out to a 1 and a 2. Just to make it a little easier to find and read stuff. You can go all the way to L, with the cell phone stipend. We're proposing that we strike some language here because their job requires them to travel throughout the district. We think that if the district is requiring mobile phone use, that our members should get that stipend. It shouldn't be tied to the requirement of travel throughout the district. And we're proposing the stipend go from $45 to $75. $45 doesn't get a burner phone in today's economy.
It's tied to really the use of, more for the data plan, because the staff who required to use the cell phone stipend are often required to have specific apps on their phone that they need to access.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Tying this proposal to the other article with the technology access, if they're receiving the tablet, then they're not receiving this. Is that what you guys' idea is, proposal?
Yeah, I think in that other proposal, it was like a phone, a tablet, or a cell phone stipend. And here we remove that because because they travel. So there's some options available there, but it's like one of these options.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. You would have the option, but if you choose to have a member use their own phone, this stipend, yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. Good question. And M, the bilingual stipend, we just took out the dated language. And we're proposing the stipend go up from $1,200 to $1,440. And that it be prorated, annual prorated stipend at that amount. You wanna do that? Sure.
And then for the essential worker stipend, I spoke to some of our essential workers about the things that were involved in that. And so we're proposing a new stipend for them, and it is small, it's $150, and we talked about kind of what it takes to get into work and implement weather. And there are some tools potentially involved in that, chains or snow tires or
Some
such.
cases chainsaws.
Yeah, snow, shovels. And so this is really intended to cover that. Like what do you need to get you to work in that situation? If you're newly hired, like get you the tools that you need so that you can get into work on that day. So this is designed that employees that get that stipend once per year to get whatever they need to get to work for the year.
could be used in a number of ways. You know, we've, in our conversations, and we would hope in yours too, talking not just about inclement weather that is cold, but also, the other thing too, and the orange skies and the smoke. And so some folks might say, I already have the chains, but you know, last year the smoke was really bad and I want a respirator. So there's a number of things that this could cover, and when we added them all up, they were much more than $150, but good tire chains are about that.
But these are the folks who are designated that when we have a weather closure day, or a delayed start, they have to.
Yes.
So it'd only be.
Yeah, we want to make sure we're putting them in a position to succeed and have the equipment they need to get in.
Okay.
So we put here a piece from Appendix C from the schedule, from the education assistant pay schedule specifically. Because this is a part of the schedule that we're proposing a change to. The biggest piece of this that we're proposing a change to is splitting the special education assistant role into two different classifications. We don't have proposed language for what defines them, but we can talk about it, and we want to have that conversation ongoing, and we're willing to codify that in some way. In our conversations, there is a big difference between special education assistants who work with those who are putting our members at the risk of physical harm and or potentially contact with bodily fluids, and special education assistants who simply don't have to do that. And when we talk to our members, there is obviously widespread passion for our students, but some of our members do specifically want to do the one kind of work under SEA, and some do specifically want to do the other kind of work. Other conversations that we've had are from members who say, I thought I was getting into one job and then I ended up with this other thing that I did not really sign on for. And so that's really when we're thinking about this, how we're delineating it. Those who would be working with students who present a potential for physical harm that is known, or having to work directly with bodily fluids, that would be SEA 2. And special education assistants who are not in those situations, that would be SEA 1. We're proposing a middle grade on this pay scale between the old B and C. And it's pretty much right in the middle. And that's where we're proposing SEA 2 go. So SEA 1 would stay on the same grade. SEA 2 would go up to this new grade. And we're also proposing that library media assistants move to the new grade as well. We just simply think that they are misclassified. It's not a lot of our members at all. Questions?
I'm assuming that would go along with this would be creation of new job descriptions for those two positions, right?
Yeah.
Previously, we did have a structure like this for our FEAs, and when we collapsed all of those jobs, I mean, we had 3 levels. And when all of those jobs got collapsed, for many of our workers who worked here for years and years, who occupied various steps on that FEA track, they found themselves doing work that they had never applied for and never saw themselves doing. And so what our hope here is to get like the right people in the right jobs with the right students. The work that they feel called to do and want to do and feel safe doing and are passionate about. Because we understand that there is a recruitment and retention problem with our SEAs, and we don't want that to be an issue. We want to be clear about what the work is and get people who are passionate about that work in those jobs.
Yeah. I think the transition is what I see potential. You know, let's say we have 100, I'm just going to use numbers even though they're not correct. We have 100 SEAs and we say we need 50 of those to be SEA 1s and 50 of them to be SEA 2s. And all 100 of our existing SEAs say, I want to be in an SEA 1. But we've only got 50 SEA 1 positions. We got a need for 50 SEA 2. So I don't know, you know what I mean? I don't know how we would control that
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly something that when we talked about it, it came up as a kind of a possibility. We don't know that there's an easy solution. You know, we're willing to have conversations with you about how you wanna do that. But, we have multiple members just in our bargaining team alone who are pretty clear that they would wanna be one.
Sure.
And those that would want to be two. There
Yeah.
are plenty of people at the district who we feel like have a passion for those two as very different things.
Yeah, obviously it would never be as literal as I presented it. I just worry about the mismatch of people who want to be one thing and the jobs identified as such, you know, we'd have to figure out how we're gonna manage that.
I mean,
Or
offering
even
a difference in compensation will help with that a little
Sure.
bit, because that offers a career path for people who, I mean, one thing we hear from SEA is a lot, there's nowhere to go for me now. I think I'm here and I'm here forever.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing some nods in the room. Yes, I'm here in this job forever. If there's a path up, if there's a path forward for me, another job they can work into.
That's
then
another
there are
major
people who
element.
might want to step up.
Sure. That's another major element. It takes this education assistant pay schedule and does create a path that really makes a lot of sense to us as far as a career progression. There are certainly places where folks are like, I'm happy to be right here for a long, long time and do SEA one work for a long, long time and do it really, really well. But then there are other folks who are going to wanna potentially get into more and more of the different parts of this pay schedule, and it this way kind of moves naturally from education assistant, SEA 1, SEA 2, potentially into student intervention system trainer.
And going the other way as well, if we have, because of the incentive, but if all of them might want to go to SEA 2, and what considerations do we take to make that decision?
We see there being incentives both directions this year. There are incentives for folks to SEA 2 because it would pay a little bit more. We also know that some of our members, the incentive to be SEA 2 is the passion for that specific work. But we also see that there's an incentive with members to be SEA 1 and not be put in a known risk of physical harm or have to deal with bodily fluids as well. So we do see the incentives going both ways.
I can also, if I can share some of that, I'm sure maybe Ms. Ramos would know a little bit more of that. Based on our students, our school needs. We are getting more and more students that have more needs. We're talking about more diapering. And so it's very hard to find somebody that is an SEA 2 that can do this. And it goes beyond just, hey, because I've been told, I've been asked if this is something I'm willing to do and it's beyond my comfort zone. I will hold buckets for kids puking. I will clean up the floor with blood. I don't have an issue with that. But when it comes to diapering, changing a student who's in 5th grade, it's definitely completely out of my comfort zone. Completely out of my comfort zone. So if we have 2 SEAs in our school and we have 2 students. And, you know, they don't have scheduled time. So it's kind of hard sometimes to find somebody that is not only willing, but in that comfort zone to change a student. And it's not just like, hey, little Jimmy, get on the table. I drew the line about 3 years ago when I had a student who I had to literally pick up and put on a table and would fight me. And it was very hard. And not only because I knew we needed to clean the student, because he had been in his, dirty diaper for quite a while. So again, then that then backfires on us when the parents like, hey, the student came back and he, got a really red bottom. So if we can get more SEAs who are willing to do the job, for clearly a difference in pay, not only it benefits our staff who are in comfort, but it also helps our students, being able to better care for them. Because it is very hard trying to find somebody who can clean our students. I mean, we're talking about students that are in diapering, and it is very, very hard for me to actually jump in and do something like that. It is completely out of my comfort zone. And this is something we have had in our school, so. It would be great if we perhaps get more FTA2s who are very told very clearly, this job involves diapers. We can get more of that support. That would be good.
Thank you so much for listening today. Unless you have any other questions, we'd like to close with, we got a lot of statements from our members. It was, a real challenge for us to figure out how to manage that. And we want to represent all of our members. We'd like to close today with, one statement, that we received.
Yeah, Dan, who's here in the room today, wrote a statement that I wanted to share. He's the head custodian at Brookwood. 2 years at Brookwood, 9 years night shift at Eastwood, 4 prior years at Peter Roscoe and David. I recently found a contract sheet from 2004. It stated my pay level was $17.51. It was the main income in my household. My ex-wife generally made between $5 and $8 an hour less than me working in the daycare. Now I make $12.49 more than I did 20 years ago. My ex-wife now makes more than I do doing the same job she did then. On a regular basis, I clean up one of something, sometimes a few times a day: blood, urine, broken glass, dog poop, human fecal matter, vomit. And for that, I have to second guess whether or not I can afford to go out to eat on the weekend. We deserve better, especially since it is so difficult to hire and keep good custodians. I see the listings on a regular basis. I hear the stories from other day heads. We talk. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Dan.
I just want to thank all of our friends online and people who came today. We see your signs, we hear your voices. Thank you for coming and thank you for sharing your stories. I'm sorry we couldn't share them all with people today.
Thank you. We're ready to adjourn for the day. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for bringing proposals today, and thanks for the conversation.